Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the West Grey Council meeting for June 1st, 2021. On the call to order, which is item number 1, all members of council are present and we have a quorum. At this time, Supervisor Hewlett, would you please explain the features of our Zoom meeting?
Good morning and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588, and when prompted, enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 831-6959-0883. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the meeting, please send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. If there are any technical issues through this meeting and it gets disconnected at any time, please allow staff 10 to 15 minutes to regroup, and the same Zoom meeting and link will stand for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. On item number 2, moment of reflection, if you would take a quiet pause at this time, and also during this time, take time to honor the 215 children whose remains were found at the former Kamloops Residential School, and all Indigenous children who never made it home, the survivors and their families. West Grey will be flying the flags, as we currently are, at half-mast for an hour that each child was found. Thank you. On item number 3, members of council, are there any declaration of interest, any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none at this time, you can declare when you identify that there is a conflict. We are now on to item number 4, delegations presentations. 4.1, delegation. Mr. Harvey Fraser and Dr. Hamilton Hall, they are representing the Center Grey Health Services Foundation, the Markdale Hospital. And I do see Harvey Fraser and I see Dr. Hall. Welcome to both of you. I know you've been advised by our clerk that the delegation time is 10 minutes. And should there be any questions from members of council, they will be for clarification of your presentation only. So I do want to say welcome, Mr. Fraser and Dr. Hall, and we look forward to your delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to thank Mayor Robinson, CAA Johnson, and the entire West Grey Council for allowing us an opportunity to meet with you. If COVID-19 has taught us anything, it is the importance of healthcare. So we're grateful that you set aside some time for us. I am Harvey Fraser, chair of the Together in Care campaign for the new Markdale Hospital project. With me today, I have Darlene Lamberti, executive director of Center Grey Health Services Foundation, and Dr. Hamilton Hall, who many of you probably know. Dr. Hall is a resident of West Grey and a member of the campaign cabinet. I want to mention that this is an open discussion and you're welcome to jump in at any time to ask questions for clarification. If you look at history, very few hospitals have been built. So not only is it rare, it is quite remarkable that after fighting for 20 years, this community has finally succeeded. Our hospital finally broke ground in March 2021 and is expected to take approximately 18 months to build, another 6 months to move in, with doors open in 2 years or early 2023. If you could just forward the next slide. Thank you. The new facility will be much more inviting for patients, visitors, and staff to work in. The building is far more efficient with larger spaces and better allocation of resources. It will modernize every aspect of the care that is presently provided in the current facility. Plus, it expands the ambulatory care abilities, which is key for a small community. This is important because many routine procedures that were once inpatient procedures are now done through ambulatory care. We are very proud of the fact that the ambulatory care space is the second largest in all the 6 hospitals in the Grey Bruce Health Services Corporation, second only to Owen Sound Hospital. Over the past several years, this hospital has lost services because it did not have sufficient ambulatory space. With the new facility, we anticipate introducing its mobile scope program, as well as bringing in specialty clinics. This means expanded services closer to home for West Grey residents. Next slide, please. Thank you. Along with providing more healthcare options closer to home, the new facility will also help to attract and retain professionals to the region. The new facility will host state-of-the-art technology. This is imperative as technology is predominant component in medical equipment and therefore medical care. When the technology is better, it makes the workplace more attractive to best trained professionals. When the dust settles, we expect that staffing numbers could be very well increased. The building was designed with the ability to increase in size and bed numbers as population and demand increases. I'd like to point out a few statistics on this slide. The stats were provided to us by the Ontario Medical Association. Each hospital job supports 2 spin-off jobs, and each physician supports 4 full-time jobs. This, along with what it generates in GDP and taxes, could have a very positive effect on West Grey. Any questions up to now, or you can wait till the end? If not, we'll have the next slide, please.
Please continue your full presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's discuss the financial overview of our capital campaign. The figures of this slide are pretty self-explanatory. This is a $68 to $70 million project in total. And we have agreed to have available up to $12.5 million for our share of the project. Of this, 7.8 has been collected from the first campaign to now. $2 million has been committed from the local municipalities, including West Grey, for a total of 9.8 million. This leaves a gap of 2.7 million, which we are now campaigning to raise within our communities. Next slide, please. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your patience and support with this project over the past couple of decades. This has not been easy for any of us, and we appreciate that your residents have felt the need for a new hospital as much as anyone. We are pleased that this project is moving ahead at a very fast pace. If you ever have any questions regarding the project, we encourage you to reach out to us. We will help in any way. And it'd be great to see, there's one street in Markdale up by the old board office that you can drive down and get an overview of the hospital site and all the action that's going on. Next slide, please. We have come to you today for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that now that the shovels have hit the ground, we are being asked for very large figures on a regular basis. We hope that you would be willing to provide us with the $190,000 that you so generously pledged back in 2005. We would be very happy to arrange a socially distanced check presentation at your convenience. The second reason is that we are hoping you will consider increasing your original pledge by 15% for an amount of $28,500. This is equivalent to 1% per year, which may represent a portion of the interest that would have been earned on this money. This can be paid over a period of time, $5,700 a year over 5 years, or whatever is suitable for West Grey. We are very proud to be partnering with you on this project as we transform healthcare in West Grey for generations to come. We thank you for your time and consideration today. I will open the floor up, but I guess there was one more slide I could have asked you to move on to. There. That's our new logo and for the Together and Compare in Care campaign, and a special thank you to West Grey. So I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Harvey Fraser. And I still want to recognize Dr. Hamilton Hall, who is also present for this delegation. Harvey, I do want it, I will be remiss if I don't acknowledge that West Grey is a municipality, not a township. So that's just a finesse thing. So just wanted you to be aware of that, probably on future future presentations, if anything. Members of council, are there any questions of clarification? Mr. Fraser, this was a very pleasant and good news presentation, and we're delighted that work is advancing with the hospital. You know, I often say, and I've said this before to the folks when I was asked to record a greeting with regard to the hospital, good things happen to those who wait. And certainly the residents, the community, everyone involved with this wonderful project certainly had the patience and the stamina to continue with this well-needed project, and it'll benefit Grey County overall. So well done. With that, I'll move on to questions, and that will begin with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Fraser, for your presentation and sharing with us today. I know it's been a long journey, and I'm glad to see us coming to fruition. My question has to do with usage by West Grey residents. The last time that I talked to someone at the clinic, you were receiving around 2,000 residents of West Grey that were actually doctoring there, and I'm wondering if that's a similar volume that you expect to use Markdale Hospital.
Mr. Fraser.
I would say yes, that would be likely correct. Maybe Darlene could voice as more of the stats than I have, but if Darlene's allowed to speak, then I would allow our executive director to answer that question.
Certainly. Darlene Lamberti is the executive director for the foundation, and good morning to you. And if you care to respond to Councillor Townsend's question, please go ahead.
Thank you for having us today, and thank you for your question, Councillor. Although I can't answer that question wholeheartedly because of HIPAA laws, they don't allow us to know who's coming in. We are not the hospital, we're the foundation. So we're not actually privy to the actual number of people who come in from certain areas. However, I will tell you that we are very much on par with the CHC. So if it was 2,000 there, it's probably about the same here. It is incredible how close those numbers match up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was my only question, Madam Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor. Any other member of council? Okay. So I do want to say thank you for this presentation. I think what we could do is staff could report back on the request. We can look if council is interested in that on a path forward. They council, if you choose, we could just say thank you very much for the most detailed and welcoming presentation. You could receive the presentation, or if you're interested in additional information and just a path forward, perhaps ask for a report back from staff that could be put on the appropriate agenda. In that case, I would be looking for a motion either now or your consideration for notice of motion. Just food for thought on some things. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. If it's appropriate, I would request a staff report in response to this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is most appropriate, and I appreciate that. Would there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Hutchinson, yes, I'd second that motion.
Thank you. I will look to the clerk who is doing the wordsmithing on our motions. If you could repeat that back at your convenience. And then I will see if there's any questions and then call the vote on that. We're just waiting for Clerk Sharbeck for everyone's information.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that a staff report be brought back to a future meeting regarding the financial commitment to the new Markdale Hospital. Does that work, Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, Councillor Hamilton is indicating. Thank you. And as a seconder, Councillor Hutchinson with the language. Thank you very much. Are there questions to the motion, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand, please. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion has carried. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we will see you again, and looking forward to another delegation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Members of council, we are now moving on to item number 5, and that is the public meeting. You have another agenda that was circulated, but we first need to have the recommendation read and vote on a motion. So Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation with regard to item 5, public meeting?
Through Your Worship, that West Grey Council adjourns at 9:17 a.m. for the purpose of proceeding into a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to review a proposed amendment to West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, good morning, Deputy Mayor Hutchison. I will second the motion.
Members of council, are there questions with respect to this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. We will now move over to the public meeting and that agenda. I see all 6 members of council. Clerk Sharbeck, are you ready to go with this part of the meeting?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, staff is ready.
Thank you very much. So everyone, welcome to the West Grey public meeting for June 1st, 2021. On the call to order, which is item number 1, we have all members of council present and we have a quorum. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please go through the connection to this meeting as well as the features for this Zoom meeting?
Good morning and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 831-6959-0883. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hand physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout this meeting or the council meeting thereafter, please send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. We are now moving on to item number 2, which is the declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Is there anything to declare, members of council? Seeing none, we are now moving on to item number 3, purpose of meeting. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the purpose of this particular meeting?
Through you, Your Worship, the purpose of this public meeting of the Municipality of West Grey Council is to review an application for a proposed amendment to the West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006, and to allow interested members of the public the opportunity to ask questions or offer comments with regard to the application. Council will not make a decision on the application at this public meeting. Based on the recommendations and information received at this public meeting, an amending bylaw will be presented for approval in the regular council meeting. There is a public registry located online with Recreation Supervisor Hewlett. And if any member of the public would like to be notified in writing of the decision on the application, they are to provide their name and mailing address to Mr. Hewlett via email or telephone for the registry. A person or a public body may appeal the decision if they have made an oral submission at this public meeting or a written submission to council prior to the passing of the bylaw. The local planning appeal tribunal may or may not consider an appeal from a person or public body if they have not made an oral submission at this public meeting or a written submission to council prior to passing of the bylaw. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Clerk Sharbeck. We are now moving on to item number 4, ZA-06-2021 and Zelmo. 4.1 is the application for zoning amendment. 4.2, Planner L. Spencer report. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that council receives the report Z06-2021 and Zelmo, and that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward to council to rezone the subject lands from I, institutional, to R2, medium density residential.
Thank you. Members of council, I will be looking for a mover and seconder. We will then have a presentation from from Planner Spencer. If there's any questions to the motion from members of council, we will have them at that time. And then I'll call the vote on this particular motion, and then we will proceed on with our public meeting. So is there a mover for this motion that was, or is there a mover of this motion which was read by the clerk? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? And I did see Councillor Townsend's hand. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
I'll move that motion, or sorry, second that motion.
Thank you very much. We will now have the presentation from Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. The applicant has requested a zoning bylaw amendment on the subject lands to permit the use of the structure as a fourplex residential dwelling unit. The lands are municipally identified as 240 Garifraxa Street North and referred to as the former Carnegie Library. The structure is a designated historical building, and there are limitations on the alterations which can be conducted within the interior and exterior of the building. The subject lands are located on the west side of Garifraxa Street North of George Street West. The property is legally identified as Plan 500, Part Lot 19, west of the Garifraxa Road, Registered Plan 16R, 10764, Parts 3 through 5. To determine the consistency of the application, staff undertook a review of the provincial policy statement, the county official plan, the Municipality of West Grey official plan, and of course, the municipality's zoning bylaw. Comments have been received from the county, which defer to the legislation of the local municipal official plan, and they have no objections to the application. Comments were also received from the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority, which are in favor of the application and have no objection. There have been comments received from the public. One particular individual that has some questions of clarification, and 2 other individuals are in objection to the zoning bylaw amendment application as a result of questions with specific reference to parking, snow storage, and the preservation of the building from a historical perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide clarification at the direction of council at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Planner Spencer, for the presentation. Are there questions of council at this time? I'm recognizing there is an opportunity under 4.4.1 for council comments as well. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, I just note that there is the letter included from the trustees of the Knox United Church, and I realize that it doesn't really change the fact of rezoning from institutional to residential, but I do think it's something that we need to be aware of, that they're requesting some plan for snow removal for this area, given that they have 4 units and there's 6 parking spaces. I do see that there's 170 square meters of grass area behind the building that could be used for piling up snow, I guess, but it is an issue. with visitors parking, I think that we have an obligation to work with the landowners and the church to resolve the issue so that we can move forward in a timely manner and an acceptable manner so that we don't have issues going forward just because we made it residential and didn't resolve the issues that resolve around parking. So I'd just like to make a comment on that, and I'm not sure where we go forward on how we go forward on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Townsend. Planner Spencer, please.
Sorry, it's Councillor Hutchison.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
looking into the future.
You do.
Councillor Hutchinson, I do apologize, even though I'm sure Councillor Townsend is complimented by that. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. And through you, your worship. At the direction of council, recommendation from staff would be that to resolve those issues, this site could be subject to site plan control, which would involve an agreement to identify a site plan which shows the snow storage areas for the property, to identify that there's sufficient area for that to be included within the property boundaries without the expectation that snow storage could be either removed from the property, which is one option. The other would be that there's sufficient area for that to be maintained on the property in extreme winter conditions for sure. So that is at the will of council. Site plan control can be invoked on the property to resolve that issue on the long term and registered on title. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson, before I move on?
No, I would be willing to make a motion in that in that direction if that's the case.
I think not part of this section. I'm looking for clarification from our planner or clerk. That'll be done at a different stage in the process. We have clarification on that. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Your worship. This public meeting, it's really just to receive the information. And I think there's a motion on the floor to receive the planner's report, or not yet.
Oh, there is, and it is moved by the deputy and seconded by Councillor Townsend. So we do have that on the floor. We're just going for clarification questions at this time.
I do want to clarify that the site plan control can certainly be addressed at a later time in the process, and just not addressing it at this public meeting doesn't mean it's not going to happen. There's
Right.
certainly time in the process for that.
Thank you for that clarification. So I now move on to Councillor Townsend, and we're dealing with the clarification of the motion at hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Hutchinson on the issue of space and parking, but the other topic I wanted to address was the concern about the heritage features that was concerned. The concern was raised. First of all, the owners of the property have not asked for any exemption from that heritage designation, and reading the materials that they've presented actually show not only are they keeping what's there, but they're either repairing or actually reinstalling and replacing whatever is necessary to restore those features. So I don't see that as a big stumbling block going forward. And in fact, I think that we'll find that it's in even better shape with the original historical features if the owners come through with everything that they've indicated they will. So I just wanted to be able to make that statement based on the materials that have been presented to us, and hopefully that will satisfy the folks that were concerned about that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for your statement. Other members of council at this time? Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand then?
Through you, your worship, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council receives the report Z06-2021 and Zelmo, and that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward to council to rezone the subject lands from I institutional to R2 medium density residential.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to 4.3, written comments received. And we have 4.3.1, Grey County comments. 4.3.2, Soggy Valley Conservation Authority comments. 4.3.3, Trustees Knox United Church. In addition, I will, after this is addressed, I will ask the clerk and a planner if any other correspondence has been received, because we have the ability to take the correspondence up until the time of the meeting. So Planner Spencer, to the items under 4.3, please.
Thank you. And for you, your worship, there have been 2 additional written comments received at this time. Mr. Tim, going back to the questions that were presented earlier, it's with respect to the conservation of the historic preservation of the building, the tenancy of the building, whether it's a rental or a condo. There's questions with respect to the drawings of the exterior and interior and the site plan. However, I believe those questions have been answered in the application, which is part of the agenda, and have been provided with the direction of the applicant that there's going to be minimal alterations to the exterior of the building. In addition, comments were received from Ms. Elvidge with respect to the same concerns with respect to the historic designation of the building. I will say that this is somewhat outside of the spectrum of the consideration for the change in land use. This is a historically designated building, and there is a process with respect to the fact that the chief building official will need to review the drawings prior to the issuance of a building permit to determine and ensure that the historic preservation components of the building are sustained. I'm here for clarification if there's any other further questions from council at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Planner Spencer. And I do want to just inquire, do you have any other comments with regard to the written comments received from the agencies or organizations that are listed on this agenda?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, there were no concerns from the commenting agencies, being the county and the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority. They've diverted to the local West Grey official plan for the municipality, specifically in Durham, and the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority has no concerns with respect in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Now over to Clerk Sharbeck. Have you received any other comments with regard to this public meeting?
Through your worship, no, I have not received any further comments that our planner hasn't already addressed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Moving on to 4.4, verbal comments. 4.4.1, members of council. I'm asking members of council if there are any questions. Prior to this, I'm seeing that CAO Johnson has her hand up, and also Supervisor Hewlett. So I do want to address that. Please go ahead, CAO Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to request that Mr. Hewlett has an opportunity to share a comment that he received just this morning.
Yes, please, and thank you very much. Supervisor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just bear with me one moment.
Certainly.
Okay. My apologies. This comment was received from Scott Forrester. Mr. Forrester states that his question or comment be read during the public meeting. His question is in reference to, is there adequate parking for the 4 apartments with visitors without parking on the church property? As well, he goes on further to state, would a 2-unit building, 1 upstairs and 2 downstairs with open floor planned, save the historical elements of the building? Thank you, Scott Forrester.
Planner Spencer, are you able to address that, please?
Yes, thank you. And through you, your worship, at this point in time, there have been preliminary drawings that were provided by the applicant as part of the application. Those have not been reviewed from a building permit perspective. But again, the historical designation of the building does require that there's features both from the exterior and interior that must be preserved as part of the building redevelopment. And in this case, the plan is to have 4 self-contained units. They must meet the building code, and there will be some alterations necessary in order for that to be able to do so due to the age of the building and the changes in the building code. But again, that will be left to the chief building official to determine the accuracy of the drawings and also to maintain that historical designation at this time. That would be at the discretion of the chief building official, which is somewhat outside of the change in land use process at this point in time. I'm here for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go on to questions from members of council. at this point. The reason that I felt it was necessary to go back to the written comments because we did receive one through Supervisor Hewlett. So that satisfies the 4.3 now. And I just want to regroup, and we are on 4.4 verbal comments. Now we are going to 4.1 members of council, beginning with Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And so just in follow up to the recent, to Mr. Forrester's comments, could our planner just speak to I think the zoning also speaks to the minimum parking required, and does this property meet those minimums? Or if you could just remind me what those parking details say. Thank you.
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, the parking requirements are met with the 6 parking spaces based on 1.25 spaces per unit. So it is met with what they are providing in this respect. So there is no exception required for the bylaw at this point in time. If there was, for whatever reason, a discrepancy in terms of what that might look like when they get into more detailed plans, that would have to come back for another zoning bylaw amendment or minor variance to address a parking reduction request. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. And I hope that clarifies things for Mr. Forrester as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, on the 4.4.1, this is a time where members of council can ask questions. Is there any further questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any on my screen. So then I will now move on to 4.4.2, public members. Supervisor Hewlett, will you please assist me in this regard? I will just, if you can identify individuals that wish to address this application, and whether they are through the phone or on screen. I would ask everyone that is going to speak to this item that they state their name and if they're in support or opposition. I'm not going to separate them out into that. We'll just go through the entire list of individuals that are present. So Supervisor Hewlett, I wonder if you could just explain how somebody can participate. And I do see that I will take Shirley G as it's identified on the screen as the first speaker once you have identified the participation component, Supervisor Hewlett.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to speak at this point may do so in one of 2 ways. If you have joined us over the phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand and we can have you unmuted at the mayor's request. Alternatively, if you have raised your hand in error, *9, if you push it again, will also lower your hand. The other option to speak, if you have joined us using the online meeting software, you can either on camera raise your hand as Shirley has done, or send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, just stating that you would like to speak. At this point, Mayor Robinson, as you outlined, Shirley would like to speak, as well as I received a message from the property owner, Michael Anselmo, stating that he would like to speak as well.
Thank you very much for that information. We'll begin with Shirley G. Good morning. And I wonder if you could state your full name, please.
Yes, I'm Shirley Greenwood, and I'm the chair of the trustees of Knox United Church. And I just wanted to make sure that we are clear that we do want to discuss the problem of parking and snow removal as it might affect the former library. We did have an agreement at one time with West Grey when the library was in operation as to how that would work. The other thing that we just want to be sure is clear is that the driveway that's to the south of the old library, between the library and the church, there was an agreement a few years ago, not that long, to designate exactly how that is handled. It's jointly owned by the 2 groups, and the church is responsible for maintenance, but any large maintenance is done jointly. Large maintenance isn't the right word. And I just want to make sure that that is included in the agreement. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shirley Greenwood, very much. And over to Planner Spencer for that information.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, That is an easement, which is registered on title. In terms of maintenance with respect to snow removal, that's an agreement that can happen between both parties at their discretion. But that is an easement, so there is legal access on title to both parties to utilize that particular component between the two properties. And that will not change as a result of the rezoning. It's simply a change in land use at this point in time. And as previously stated, at the direction of council, site plan control can be invoked to ensure that we have adequate snow storage on site, to ensure that there isn't the utilization of the lands adjacent to them for parking purposes without the agreement of the church for those purposes and the organization, etc. So those things can be addressed at this point in time, not necessarily part of the change in land use, but that's a second process that would certainly be able to address those issues to resolve those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley Greenwood. Appreciate it. I'm now going on to Michael and Zelmo. Welcome. It's your turn to speak, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just very quickly, I wanted to address a few of the concerns that were brought up regarding the heritage, historical aspect of the building. We just want to make sure that all concerns are addressed. The heritage attributes of the building will not be altered. In fact, they will be, we are in the process and will continue to restore all the woodwork, the windows, all the trim. It's a beautiful building, and we intend to keep all the characteristics of the building. There are a few things that need to be changed, but they're not historical. For example, the front doors are inoperable. We need to change those. The trim is being conditioned and restored, and the floors, the original hardwood, will be conditioned and completely restored. So with respect to the historical issues, or excuse me, the historical attributes of the structure, they remain the same. They will remain the same. In fact, they'll become better. With respect to the parking, the bylaw, from what I understand, states that 1.5 or 1.5 parking per unit, and we've provided 6 parking. The snow removal, we believe there's enough open space or landscape space to accommodate that snow removal. There's, I believe, 35 feet by 16 meters, about 45 feet worth of open space that snow can be stored on. Also, our main intent really here is to bring back a building that's been sitting for years in disrepair, and provide a home for 4 families. That's basically what we're looking to do.
Well, thank you very much.
As short as I can put it, because I know everyone's busy here.
Well, thank you very much, Michael and Zelmo. I appreciate it. I'm not seeing anyone else on screen. I am asking Supervisor Hewlett, could you please assist? Is there anyone else that would like to speak, or have you received any other, like through an email chat or chat through the Zoom? Supervisor Hewlett, to my question.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just taking a quick review of the dashboard and email and everything going on. There are no other members of the public wishing to speak at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. We will now move on to 4.5, which is next steps. Clerk Sharbeck, is this your area where you will address the next steps, or will it be a planner Spencer?
Through you, Worship, either one of us can help you with this. At this point in time, the next steps are set out in Planner Spencer's report. And the next step in the rezoning process will be to consider a bylaw for the rezoning in the regular council agenda. Following that, any alterations to the building will be dealt with through the building permit process, as Planner Spencer advised, and agreements between the two parties, the church and Mr. Anselmo, can be worked out afterwards as well between the two parties.
Thank you. And thank you for the summary of our next steps. So on to item number 5, which is a closed public meeting. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that this public meeting hereby closes at 9:46 a.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We will now move back to our council meeting. Okay. We have all the members of council present and we have the staff. We've just completed item number 5, which was the public meeting. We are now moving on to item number 6. This is the comment period. This is for comments that are specific to our agenda for today. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please identify to individuals how they can participate at this time? And also let me know if there are individuals, I do see one hand up, but if there are other individuals that wish to participate either through our electronic meeting or if you've received any written comments.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate in this section of the meeting may do so in one of 2 ways. The first being, if you have joined us using the telephone connection to the Zoom meeting, you can press *9 to raise your hand and we can have you unmuted at the mayor's request. Alternatively, if you have raised your hand in error, pushing *9 again will also lower your hand. If you have joined us using the online meeting software, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, either stating your what you would like read or that you would like to speak, and we can have you unmuted again at the mayor's request. At this time, Mayor Robinson, taking a quick review of the dashboard, I am seeing one member of the public who is trying to speak a phone. I believe it is Marion Radcliffe.
Okay. Yes, I agree. I believe so too. So for anyone that wishes to speak during comment period, please state your name. And if you happen to know the item number, that will be helpful. If not, we'll definitely match it up with the agenda. I believe it's Marion Radcliffe on the last 3 digits of the phone as 142. Even if it's not Marion Radcliffe, please continue.
Hello. Yes. Good morning, everyone. It is Marion.
Good
How
morning.
are you all doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Anyways, regarding item number 9, the Climate Action Advisory Committee draft minutes, they've put forward a recommendation that you include climate crisis or climate change practices in the official plans. And I would just like to voice my support for that. And also to add that I hope you look at the broader aspect of all pollution sources in that addition to the official plan. That would be all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Marion Radcliffe, for your participation during comment period. I'm not seeing anyone else on the dashboard at this point. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please assist with that?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, you are correct at this time. I am not seeing any members of the public wishing to speak at this time. However, I would just ask if we could that Clerk Sharbeck step in. I'm not sure if she has received any comments.
Very good. I will go over to Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, I have not received any comments at this time.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Then we will move on to item number 7. Item number 7 is unfinished business, and for this particular agenda, it is an NA. We are now on to item number 8, which is adoption of minutes. There is one set of minutes, being 8.1, minutes of the May 18th, 2021. Minutes of May 18th, 2021. At this point, I'm just going to ask members of council if there's any questions with regard to these minutes. Seeing none, Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 18th, 2021 are hereby adopted as circulated.
I'm looking for a motion. Well, thank you. I did find the motion. I'm looking for a mover, and I do see Councillor Hutchinson, you have your hand up. Are you moving this motion?
Yes, but before I do that, can I ask a question?
How
regarding
about I
minutes?
get a mover and a seconder, and then I'll come back to questions. Not
Okay,
a problem.
so
Thank you.
I'll move the motion, yes.
Thank you. Would there be a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Back to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I did ask this question to our Director of Infrastructure, but maybe we can just clarify it here. When we talked about the 4.2, the bridge rehabilitation on Garifraxis Street, they talked about replacing the railing and whatnot, but as I look at the railing on the east side goes pretty much from the last business on this main street there on the north end to across the bridge. But on the west side, the railing goes from the last business on the main street right around all of the kiddie pool and across onto George Street. So I'm sort of curious, when they talk about rehabilitating the railing, are they talking all of the railing? Because to me, it's not just the railing on the bridge, it's all the same railing. So I'm curious how that's going to take place and what that looks like.
Thank you for your question. Van Schawinski is our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. I wonder if you would care to respond to that, please.
Certainly, and good morning, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, essentially, all of the railings will be replaced. However, the railing that's crossing the bridge itself will be essentially as presented before, the concept where there's going to be concrete parapet walls and a combination with some railings, if you will, on top of that. However, we are looking at a more cost-effective way to continue that railing system all the way around, so that essentially that it is replaced, but it is replaced with something that meets standards, but is how should I say, a more cost-effective way of replacing that railing. I know the engineer is looking at some different concepts at the moment right now. If it is the will of council, I can bring back those concepts at a later meeting.
Okay, thank you. And we can address that. I know there's a bit more work to be done on this. Before I call the vote, Councillor Hutchinson, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I'd just like to mention to the director that I'd like to have a discussion maybe with him or with someone in maybe some of the engineers about what the possibility would be to actually put a gate on the north west corner to enter down below into a park that's down below to continue our trail system. It's just an idea I had about that, and if we're going to be replacing railing, might be the time to do that. So we'd obviously have to put steps down, but I think it's a logical continuation of the trail system. So I'll talk to the director about that, I guess, and see maybe I can keep it in mind. We'd have to bring it back to council if that's a possibility, I guess.
And then at that time, whether it is notice of motion on the agenda or it filters through in a report from Director Schawinski with regard to this matter. We'll see how that is addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. I'm not seeing any other questions with regard to the motion at hand. I will just ask the clerk to read it back because we did have some, just a little bit of discussion. So I want to make sure everybody's clear on what we're voting on. Clerk Sharbeck.
Through Your Worship, the recommendation is that the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 18th, 2021 are hereby adopted as circulated.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to item number 9, and this is committee and board reports. The first item, a 9.1 Climate Action Advisory Committee, draft minutes, May 11th, 2021. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, just opening this up here. The recommendation is that West Grey Council approve the following recommendation. Whereas the Council of West Grey unanimously declared a climate crisis in 2019, and whereas the current official plan was created prior to the climate crisis declaration, and whereas per the existing official plan, the Municipality of West Grey official plan has been designed to conform to the County of Grey official plan. In the event of a conflict between these two documents, the county official plan shall prevail as mandated in the Planning Act, RSO 1990. That notwithstanding, the Municipality of West Grey official plan 2, April 30th, 2021, may be more restrictive than the County of Grey official plan, in which case the more restrictive policies shall prevail. The West Grey Climate Action Advisory Committee recommends that the West Grey official plan revisions include climate change best practices throughout.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Yes, yes, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Are there any questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, not so much a question. I'd just like to make a comment that I agree that we need to push forward with the climate change actions. I just caution that this is something that's an ongoing and a long-term thing that's going to take time. So I don't want to tie the hands of future councils, though I'm pleased that the wording has changed. So it's they're talking about best practices. So I think it's something we have to take into consideration going forward, but realizing that this is a long-term thing and it's going to take, years and years to make the changes that we need. But we do need to, put pressure on and work towards it. But I'm just a little bit cautious when we try to make it mandatory when, for some future councils to decide on. So anyways, just expressing my concern with that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar comment, but a little closer to home. Council obviously does support climate change and will do what we can when we can. But as we saw, even with the new police building, we had to have a limitation based on affordability. So again, it will take time, as Councillor Hutchinson says, but we ourselves have recognized that going as far as perhaps we could have just wasn't in the cards at this time financially. I would respect that we need to make sure the same latitude is given where appropriate to our development and other parties that work on building and change and et cetera, and are influenced by the official plan. But I do applaud the Climate Change or Climate Action Committee for actually coming forward and pointing out that we do need to at least consider or include climate change as part of our lens when we're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I think I'll take those as comments of support, because certainly the official plan is a policy document that does give us that long range view, that does make plans until almost the year 2040. And as our local council, that's part of our responsibility of making decisions for today in our term of council, but also these long range plans, which our official plan does. So I think the recommendation is general in nature, in that it's asking that the official plan take consideration to have climate change best practices throughout. It's a very general statement and does give us a lot of latitude to find the right fit for our West Grey official plan as it comes back for council to have another revised look at it. So it's a really great opportunity for us to take those first steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak to this matter? Deputy Mayor, I'm going to transfer the chair to you for this particular item.
Okay.
And if you could, after I speak, certainly address it, but you'll have to take this item on until the vote is called. So I'm transferring the chair to you.
Okay, received, thank you.
And I will be speaking at this time. If you could just acknowledge that I will be doing that.
Yep, Mayor Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I do applaud the Climate Action Advisory Committee. I know it's been newly formed based on a previous Sustainability Action Committee, and I commend both of those committees for their hard work, and certainly for this committee for hitting the ground running because they've only had 1 or 2 meetings. They've had a presentation from our planner Spencer, in terms of the official plan. Where I'm coming from, though, is that there's lots of time for input. We're still under review of our official plan. We've had 1 meeting, and that meeting was in December of last year. So there's much time. Certainly, we have a climate action resolution that we're very much in favor of. And I certainly have that in a reference binder as one of my front pages to always reference that. And I'm looking forward to additional work that's coming from the Climate Action Committee. I will be not voting in favor of this particular motion. I'll be looking for additional motions coming from this Climate Action Committee, but I do need to, for me as a representative, need to hear the information from our revised official plan. And that's why I'm saying there's lots of time to do this, and then go through the Climate Action Plan lens that we can address our issues and moving forward for development and climate action plan. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I've completed my comments at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Any other comments or questions? And I'd be looking for first-time speakers. Seeing none, is there any second-time speakers? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hudson. So I like the idea that the mayor's suggesting that maybe we just hold off on this just to bring it forward when we're visiting our official plan and sort of working it into the criteria and the recommendations. Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here by approving this, and then does it tie our hands when it comes to the official plan in terms of how we want to word things there. So maybe I'm sort of leaning towards the idea of putting this, deferring this motion until we've had a look at our official plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Shea, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm never really in favor of just deferring things for the sake of deferring them. I believe that it's a classic politician move of just kicking a problem down the road. But I do think that we are in the throes of reviewing our official plan. We've initiated the process. There have been some steps taken. There will be more steps taken, and this is just one step that's being introduced as part of that process. So it seems that it's not like the official plan is going to be reviewed on one day somewhere in the future. The official plan is being reviewed currently. So I think now is the entirely appropriate time to introduce this very general initiative to help guide and direct the staff that are undertaking the official plan review. So that's why I think it's very important that we support the initiative of this this committee at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shea. Any other second-time speakers? Councillor Townsend, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At the last council meeting, we had this discussion, and we did request that, in fact, or did comment that the last motion was a bit too restrictive and direct. So we do have another one in front, and I think we left the impression that if one came back that was more acceptable, we would actually be open to it. That I'm seeing a change in heart here, and I'm in support of the comment that Councillor Shea said that, again, we give direction, it gets considered in the development. If we don't give direction, will it be considered? I would still hope so. But I think recognizing that we say that we're in support of climate change, then I think we need to move forward and at least give that direction to our planner to consider those items as she's going through doing the changes. So I will be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Second time speakers, I see Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm just wondering, our CEO, Laura Johnston, was part of our meeting where the committee arrived at this resolution. And I just wonder if she might have a few words to share about the resolution. Thank you.
CEO Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Councillor Hamilton and the rest of council. Yes, I attended the meeting, and there was quite a lot of dialogue around this motion. And from my perspective, I believe the intent from the committee is that we capture the, I had comfort with the language about best practices for climate change, and it's just captured in the official plan. I didn't get the impression that this was a decree or very restrictive as the last motion may have been interpreted. I had an opportunity to speak with our planner following that meeting. In fact, I believe it was at that meeting that Ms. Spencer came and spoke to the committee to give an overview of official plan and how we can sort of work these pieces together. So from our perspective, this is a request to. The recommendation is to keep that lens on climate change practices. And I believe in our planner could speak if she has anything further to add, but I believe that we can accommodate this in the work that we are about to take on.
Thank you, CEO Johnston. Thank you very much. And again, I have to agree, it's a very general, a very general statement, speaking of best practices, and there'll be many to choose from. And I'm sure we can layer it in a way that fits West Grey really well as we revise our plan that takes us all the way to 2038, I believe, or 2040. So I have comfort in this as well, that we'll arrive at a place that's good for community and council and their staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was wondering, just with the suggestion from CEO Johnson, if we could just hear a couple words from our planner, Spencer, just to follow up, because I believe you attended that meeting as well.
Thank you. And through you, sir, this is a high level policy document. So I do concur that there should be some direction toward climate change. In the same sense that the county official plan has done so as well. So myself, I've undertaken to start incorporating those high level policies. And let's remember that it's a policy document and not a directive. So there's very little ability for us to force people to do things, but there is the incentive to encourage those types of climate change actives. So that, just bearing that in mind, that it's not the same as an implementation document under the zoning bylaw. So I just want to make that clear. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Planner Spencer. So I would be looking for the final second time speakers. And Mayor Robinson, I see your hand. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I very much appreciate the dialogue. Where I was coming from was in terms of the second to third paragraph, that notwithstanding the Municipality of West Grey official plan and etc. may be more restrictive than the county official plan, in which case the more restrictive policy shall prevail. My concern was, and it's been answered, is this the drop point where, without knowing what those policies coming from the Climate Action Committee, coming from our official plan in its full approved state, that we're addressing this in advance of any other dialogue and discussion on the official plan. I'm hearing such words as through a climate action lens, policies will be developed and incorporated into the official plan, which was the beginning of our discussion way back in December. And the heart of the discussion of this council, certainly that all promotes climate action. I'm hearing that it is not perceived as a directive because in my opinion, if it was, then it's preempting any other consultation or discussion from our citizens and any other sector of West Grey in advance of the approval of the official plan. That's the heart of where I was coming from on this. The clarification is welcomed to me in our discussion because I felt the language really was going in a prescriptive manner. And if that is not the intent of it, and it is very true to the discussion and dialogue that we've had, I certainly can support it because my support has always been for climate action plan, but I also take a very balanced approach for consultation and an ability to have a review of, in this case, the official plan with the lens of climate action plan. Based on that discussion, I very much appreciate it. And this is why dialogue and discussion and collaboration is so necessary when we're dealing with items. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I believe that concludes second-time speakers. And I'm going to go back to the Clerk Sharbeck. I had my notes. I may be wrong, and I'll stand corrected if so. I had moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea. And if I have that reverse, I apologize. But I just wonder if Clerk Sharbeck could read the recommendation, and we'll call the vote. Thank you.
Recorded vote, please.
And it's a recorded vote now as well. So if you could read the motion that we, or the recommendation, and then recorded vote, if you could take that as well. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, you did have the mover and seconder correct. And
Point of clarification, sorry. It was moved by Councillor Shea and I seconded it. Thank you.
I think just
thank you.
Yes. That's how I have it recorded. So for the recorded vote, I'll read the recommendation first, or the motion on the floor. That West Grey Council approve the following recommendation. Whereas the Council of West Grey unanimously declared a climate crisis in 2019, and whereas the current official plan was created prior to the climate crisis declaration, and whereas for the existing official plan, the Municipality of West Grey official plan has been designed to conform to the County of Grey official plan. In the event of a conflict between these two documents, the county official plan shall prevail as mandated in the Planning Act, RSO 1990. That notwithstanding, the Municipality of West Grey official plan to April 30th, 2021 may be more restrictive than the County of Grey official plan, in which case the more restrictive policies shall prevail. The West Grey Climate Action Advisory Committee recommends that West Grey official plan revisions include climate change best practices throughout. And just proceeding with calling the vote. Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Shea?
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
And that vote is carried.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. And I will pass the chair back to Mayor Robinson for item number 10.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Before we proceed to item number 10, I still want to identify under item number 9. I will ask members of council if they have any updates with regard to their particular committees or boards. I'm not seeing any member of council at this time. I have one, which I will read, and then I'll go over to Councillor Townsend then. So I'll just proceed with this. We at the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority Board have been dealing with the gates with regard to the the Upper Dam in Durham. And at the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority Board meeting, which was held last week, I'm going to read this motion. Correspondence will be or has been circulated through to the municipality. There's a communication plan in place that will be addressed. And certainly if you'd like the resolution, it could be forwarded on. So I'm just going to read this for information. And that is that the Upper Durham Dam walkway remain closed to the public as it does not meet the standard of a pedestrian walkway until the concerns are addressed. And that the appropriate signage, inspection protocols, chain link fencing be installed as outlined in the public safety plan. And that staff be directed to investigate the need for a safety boom and have it installed if necessary. And that staff be directed to establish an education program to inform the public about the hazards of the Upper Durham Dam. And that a communication plan be implemented to convey the decision made. And that staff be directed to investigate options with respect to technical and structural changes to enhance the pedestrian walkway in order to allow public access, including financial costs, timelines, and to report back to the board as soon as possible. And further, that estimated $15,000 for these activities be drawn from the Water Projects Reserve. So at this time, it is the Upper Durham Dam walkway is closed. Work is underway to come up with options to have those gates opened. We understand, not only as a council, but certainly as SVCA Board of Directors, and if I can move back a bit further, the Water Resources Committee of SVCA. We understand the importance of this feature in Durham and for visitors and everybody alike. So work is underway to have it opened up, but we're dealing with safety issues. And as we have further updates, you will be provided, as well as citizens, because we do have that communication plan. I don't have a time frame, but I do know that work is being done immediately on this. Thank you. So I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. I'm certain it's probably in regards to this issue. I have not forgotten you, Councillor Townsend, as regard to your update. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, just so you did mention the time frame or timeline. You don't know what that is right now.
It's ASAP.
Yeah. I'm just curious. You mentioned about chain link fence. So does it sound like they're going to do a temporary fix until they come up with a plan? Is that what I read there?
No, I think what is happening is that the walkway will remain closed until that the infrastructure that needs to be in place in order to protect individuals and property is certainly up to the standards that's required, and then it will be open. That is the intent, to have the walkway open for pedestrians, but we have to ensure the safety and security. So work is underway, and that's why this motion that I put forward, not only at the Water Resources Committee, but at SVCA, is as detailed as it is.
Okay.
We will keep you all informed as all items. It's not just this particular item, but the idea is to keep everyone informed.
Okay, thank you.
You're quite welcome. I'm going to move on to Councillor Townsend to regroup. You have a report on a committee or board that you're a part of.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The traffic safety working group was scheduled to meet last week and chose to defer that in preparation for their final report and sort of shutting down the committee at this point, and confirm that in fact will happen. So the meeting will happen in June instead of in May, and we will make sure that we publish that date as soon as we can. Thank you.
I appreciate the update, certainly. Any other member of council? I am going to now go to Madam CAO. Because we don't have a council representative on our CBC committee, and that's just fine, but I want to ensure that there's a linkage back from that committee so that if there's any information that needs to be imparted to council and citizens, that it is done. And I feel that this is the most appropriate time to do that. And I'm wondering if Madam CAO, you could provide an update on what the CBC is doing. And also, could you please provide information with regard to our parks and the operational maintenance that will be occurring? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to provide this very timely update. The Commercial Beautification Committee met just on May 27th, so on Thursday evening, and it was a full agenda and a very productive meeting. There was a couple of staff members that assisted me with that meeting. So Mr. Hewlett was there to give an overview of the 2021 summer flower program. So the baskets are due to arrive the week of June 7th or 14th, depending on stock. And the bridge baskets that Granny's has been providing us the flowers for that. So the same time frame, Public Works students will be taking care of planting those baskets under the appropriate supervision. So that is well underway. We had already had a conversation at this meeting about the Garifraxa Street Bridge railings. So we did update the committee on that capital project, and we'll come up with other plans to continue enhancing the flowers where that would impact what we normally would have done. All the other bridges will have the same amount of bridge baskets though. The other lengthy conversation that the committee had was about the gardens. I mean, the mandate of this committee is really downtown beautification, and they've got a fine, well-oiled process in place now over the 2 years that they've been working on that. So they wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the parks that are throughout West Grey. We have had an inventory provided by the volunteers for a couple of years now, and we're starting to put some thought to how do we start addressing that. Public Works budget does include a small amount of parks funds for park maintenance. So the director will be bringing a report to the June 15th meeting to let council and the committee members know what that parks plan will look like for this summer. Our summer student recruitment was quite successful, so we've got a lot of young, energetic folks joining us to help with that kind of work. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to let everybody know that there is a staff report coming for the 15th of June that will address some of the priority areas, and it will be looking at what we might need to look at for further investment in cleaning up some of these parks and continuing to enhance the beauty of West Grey. The final thing that I would like to mention is that we are launching our banner program likely by the end of this week. So it's been packaged as a build a banner program, and we are inviting all the creative citizens of West Grey to submit a design for what West Grey looks like to them. And there's a fall theme and a spring theme, which will fill the gaps between our flowers and our winter lights. So watch for more details, but quite happy to see that program coming to life. So that's a quick summary, but we will have more on the 15th of June.
Well, thank you, Madam CAO, not only a quick summary, but a very detailed and informative summary. So we very much appreciate that. I'm just wondering for any information that could be conveyed through our social media with regard to the operations of the cleanup of our parks or banner program. I know you'll have that well in hand with communications staff to convey that information to most interested citizens that really take pride in our West Grey community. So thank you very much for that update. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity, similar to the comment you just made. There's a lot of buzz on social media, particularly around the tennis courts, because of the way it looks as you come in to the municipality or leave even. I think leave, you get a better view of that particular area, but they're concerned about the image that it leaves. So I know you're aware of it. I just wanted to recognize that those comments are out there and say hopefully that will get considered in the report you bring back on the 15th. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Townsend, and it's very timely. This is a great time to clean up our gardens and just continue the pride of West Grey, and look forward to the banner program as well. What an interesting idea. I'm not seeing any other member of council that wishes to be part of this section. So before we move on to item number 10, because there is a bit of discussion, moving on with the rest of our agenda, I'm going to suggest, if you are all in agreement, that we take a break. And let me just look at my clock. Do you want to come back at 25 after, or 25 to 25 after? Be really extensive break, but how about 25 to the hour? I'm not seeing any other member of council that really wishes to press on at this particular time. So I'm going to take the body language as very affirmative, and I'll see you back at that time. Thank you. Please take your mic and your audio off. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are at 10:35. I just want to ensure that Councillor Shea, are you available? While I'm waiting for that response, Madam Clerk and CAO, do you have all the staff you require for this part of the meeting?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I believe I'm waiting for a couple of staff just to run back with their coffee. They'll just need another minute.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, are you available? Thank you. And Madam CAO, are we ready to go?
There we go. Now that I'm unmuted. Yes, I think we can proceed, Madam Mayor.
And Clerk Sharbeck is here. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, we're all here. Thank you for that informal roll call. So I am calling our meeting back together, and thank you one and all for that break. We are now dealing with item number 10, which is correspondence. Item number 10.1, items requiring action. We have 3 particular items, beginning with 10.1.1. Jason Tremble and Kevin Tremble request to purchase municipal land. So that's found on the agenda on page 19. Clerk Sharbeck, in our regular process, could you just read what we have for the recommendation? And then I'm going to go to Councillor Townsend, who has his hand. These are items that will require a determination from council in terms of next steps or what they should be in terms of what council wishes to do overall. So Clerk Sharbeck.
Through your worship, the recommendation is waiting for council direction on the 3 matters regarding property, municipal lands, whether it be a request to sell or a request to transfer. So I'm not sure if council would like to move a motion giving direction on each one of those items separately. It would help staff move forward.
Yes, I very much appreciate that summary. Beginning with Councillor Townsend, we're dealing with 10.1.1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was one of the councillors, there may have been more, that requested that these get pulled, primarily because I was wondering if the planner could actually speak to the process of what happens when these requests come in. Not everyone may have dealt with these as a requester, and the public may also not be aware, and I thought it was a good way to deal with all 3. I don't have any specific comment on 10.1 or the others, other than I would encourage and support any development and bringing in new business that we possibly can. But my original intent was really to make sure that it was clear to all the audience exactly, and those requesters, exactly the next steps, as you said, where we go from here.
Certainly, and thank you for that. Before I ask Planner Spencer to speak, one of the things that council could consider is whether we need a planner report back that deals with the pros and cons, perhaps, and whether there will be any consideration for spending funds with regard to a title search or the appraisal. So that's just food for thought for council at this time. Planner Spencer, please, your response to Councillor Townsend's inquiry.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. When applications of this nature, or requests, I should rather rephrase, come in, it is directly provided through the clerk's department, and it's at the discretion of council as to whether or not they want to consider declaring those lands as surplus. I don't recommend going through the process of actually conducting a title search and all of that information required in a report if it's not the direction of council that this isn't a declaration of surplus lands. That should follow. Once that follows with a title search and a recommendation report on what it looks like in terms of what the impact may be if the lands are provided for sale, there is a process through the bylaw with the municipality wherein any abutting landowner is notified of the process for the fact that that land is now up and declared as surplus. So it's not a direct sale to one particular individual, regardless of the request coming from one individual. It is everyone that's abutting that property would be notified, and that is throughout the municipality. In terms of a justification report from the planning department, if that is the will of council, that's something that I'm happy to do. But again, I do think the lands need to be declared surplus if that's the interest of council as a general rule to declare those lands surplus. I'm here for clarification if required. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Planner Spencer. Councillor Townsend, does that satisfy your inquiry?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So, yeah, I would like to see us move forward in declaring some of these surplus, but I have some comments on some of them, if I may, just from previous experience. May I just talk briefly about each one?
Well, what I'd like to do is just deal with this one at this time, and then we'll work through them as items. And then I don't know whether there's going to be a full motion. I'd like to see in particular items dealing with each particular item. However, I do see Clerk Sharbeck has put her video on, and she does have a comment. So I'd like to address that before you move further, Councillor Hutchinson. Clerk Sharbeck.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. It may help if when these requests are received, if council provides direction to bring back a report. And in that report, then the recommendation to declare the land surplus is actually included on the agenda. It's very open and transparent. Everybody knows, including the requester and the other adjacent property owners, that the option of declaring it surplus will be before council at that meeting. I'm just wondering if council is interested in proceeding with one of these items, if the recommendation may include a report back regarding the request, and that would include a recommendation to declare it surplus if that was actually the staff recommendation. And if council is not interested in moving forward with one of these items, then the motion would be simply to receive the correspondence.
Thank you very much, Clerk. That's very clear. I would like to deal with each item separate. They're separate requests, so we'll go through each of the particular items. So I'll acknowledge you every time, Councillor Hutchinson, as we move along. But with regard to this first item under 10.1.1, do you have comments?
Well, there's actually 3 parcels here that they're inquiring about, right? So I'd like to just speak to each one of them, if I may. The first one being on Park Street. This is a chunk of property that we looked at previous and decided not to sell because of, I'm not sure what were reasons really, but my thoughts are, why wouldn't we put this up for sale? Because across the road, there's another piece of property that the same person who is inquiring is developing. So it makes sense to me that why wouldn't we develop them both at the same time, given that we know that we're going to have to do some work on that street going to the dump. This is Park Street. There, that would be the ideal time. Water and sewers have to be done there. So to me, it just makes sense that we sell this off, and hopefully we get some development to go along with the other development and come up with some kind of agreement to fix that road. So that's my thoughts on the first one, Park Street. The second one has to do with, well, actually there's 2 separate ones there, but the section that comes out of the industrial park and goes west towards the highway. I know the individual that's inquiring about this is looking for more space they're already a landowner in the industrial park. They're looking for more space for parking, etc. I have a little bit of concern with this one because, first of all, it goes along the railroad track going towards the highway, and right now it's a snowmobile trail and it's a walking trail. I have a concern if we did get rid of this, that we would lose the trail access unless we can make it work together. The unfortunate thing is this property in here is the land is very marshy and I'm very sensitive, and I'm not sure if Conservation Authority would be in agreement, but there is a section on there's 2 parcels. The one is yellow and the others are blue. So the blue, I think I would like to see us keep. The yellow section except with the exception of the south end of it. The yellow section shows, and I don't believe it's really showing the street allowance. Like it's showing on top of Aspen Street, but that's not really, it's not really the street. I think it's showing the piece of property that's a little bit west of that. So there is potential for that chunk of property to be used for parking or whatever. It's just an empty spot right now. So I'd like to investigate that a little bit further to find out how much land really is there, and then this person may be interested in that. So there's a couple parts to that one, and then the final one is the other part on Douglas Street, and the request was to be used for industrial commercial, and my thoughts are, why not? There's already industrial commercial in that area. The section at the back, which is to the north, the T part, obviously I think is part of our dump, so that wouldn't, our landfill, so that wouldn't, we'd have to section that off. But there's quite a big chunk that goes out onto Douglas Street, which I think would be a prime candidate to sell off and hopefully get some commercial or industrial use out of it. So those are my thoughts on that. I just wanted to express my concern with that one section in particular, that I'd like to keep for our trail system, which we're gradually working towards. But there may be potential to sell part of it off for industrial use. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of council? Because I am going to be looking for a motion dealing with 10.1.1, Jason Tremble and Kevin Tremble, request for purchase of municipal land. I'm not seeing any other comments overall or asking for questions. Is there a motion with regard to this particular request? Councillor Hutchinson.
I'd like to make a motion that we do a report on the possibility of selling these lands, with the exception of the one, I guess there's a rule number or such, but basically the one that's in the industrial park blue section. Leave it up to the planner to decipher it, but I can talk more about that.
Yes, and as I'm seeking a seconder for that, I do know that Clerk Sharbeck will be wordsmithing for that as well. So is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, is that enough time for your wordsmithing for you to read back the motion?
Through your worship, Councillor Hutchinson, would it suit if the resolution read that West Grey Council hereby directs that a planning report be brought forward to a future meeting regarding each of the property parcels included in the request to purchase municipal lands received from Jason and Kevin Tremble?
Yes,
Councillor?
that would work. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a seconder deputy, are you fine with the language? All right. Any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to 10.1.2, New Selder Saucer, request to purchase municipal land. Clerk Sharbeck, we do have the recommendation that West Grey Council hereby directs that. The same process is in place for this item and the next one in terms of how council wishes to address these matters. So same process in place.
Yes.
Members of council, are there any questions? And I'll seek questions from members of council at this point, starting with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would actually move that we also ask for a report on the new Ulster Sour request.
Okay. Thanks for bringing, all right. Thank you. As the clerk is adjusting the wordsmithing, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up. Are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion, and I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So in the diagram, it looks like, okay, no, sorry, I'm wrong. Yeah, so I'm curious on the use of this road allowance. Right now, the landowner says that they're using it for their driveway, which looks like they are. So probably to the west of that, there isn't any use or access. So, but anyways, that's will come out in our report, I guess, when we look at that. So, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you, but thank you for articulating that. Clerk Sharbeck, is that enough time that you could provide us with the language for this motion?
Sure, through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that West Grey Council hereby directs that planning report be brought forward to a future meeting regarding the property parcel included in the request to purchase municipal lands from, is it Ms. Nuselder Sawyer?
Thank you. As the mover, Councillor Townsend, are you fine with the language?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. And as the seconder, Councillor Hutchinson, thank you as well. Okay, now we will move on to Councillor Hamilton, please.
Well, thanks, Mayor Robinson, and I will support the staff report. I do just want to check in with staff, though. I know we're having more and more, well, it seems like we're having more and more requests for to declare land surplus. And I recognize that it does take time for staff to do these reports. But I also understand as council, we couldn't possibly make these decisions without those professional recommendations. But I am wondering if there's do staff foresee another process for receiving these for receiving these kinds of requests, or a policy or a way to make it more efficient for staff? And I'm just wondering if that's perhaps something staff are working on or need some direction. So just wanted to check in with staff and workload. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go first to Madam CAO and then perhaps Clerk Sharbeck. Please go ahead, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. It's an excellent point, and I am a little concerned about workload pressures, but I'll absolutely understand and can appreciate that you need that information to be able to make the decisions that you need to make. So from our perspective, the process that we're going through today, I believe it's suitable and acceptable, because otherwise I don't know how we would get the transparency to these matters, as well as the good decision making that we would like to have from our council. So thank you for your consideration about yet more reports, but I don't know that there's a better way for us to do this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any other questions before I go back to Councillor Townsend for first time? I'm not seeing anybody. Please proceed, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam CAO, I'm just wondering, in 2019, we looked at a ton of land and we're assessing whether or not it was, we say, suitable for keeping, selling, if there was a purpose for it, for the municipality, et cetera. And we never actually got to complete that for a variety of reasons. I'm wondering if we could just pick that up, and that may be the simple way. And when we do, we can still be transparent by reporting out at council, if we get a request, that this is what we did, this is the analysis we did, and this person has sort of jumped the gun before we put it up for sale, perhaps. And we would do that. Otherwise, we might put land up for sale if that seems appropriate as well, to encourage development or business, whatever. And I didn't know what your thoughts were on picking that process up and maybe doing a concentrated effort rather than the one-offs all the time as well. So I'll leave that with you to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CAO. And certainly there may be requests that were not part of that, that initial exercise as well, that we would need to address as we're doing here today on the agenda. Madam CAO, further?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And you're correct, Councillor Townsend. We had started we called it a land inventory project. And I can't recall if that was before we had a full-time planner on staff, or if she joined us partway through the process. So thank you for reminding me about that. And I will take that back to staff and see if there's some opportunity to do something a little bit more streamlined.
Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to that report. All right, I'm going back now to Councillor Hutchinson, and then just to let the clerk know, I will be calling on you to read the motion at hand. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I agree. We did talk about the land inventory, and that there's a lot of chunks of land on open land and so on that we could potentially sell. But I wouldn't want to hold up progress, because these ones that are before us, I think, are so time sensitive in that they want to move forward on development. So I wouldn't want to put them off and say, well, we're looking at all our lands. Maybe a year from now we might have an inventory, and so I don't want to go there. I think we can do both. I think we can take requests as they come forward. In the meantime, we're looking at our inventory and putting it together. So I do think there's a need for moving forward on requests when they come forward, because obviously they're requesting for some reason, rather than just saying, okay, here's all the land we have and let's sell it. So I think we can do both, and I hope that we can move forward with approaching the ones that we have before us right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation or the motion at hand?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that West Grey Council hereby directs that a planning report be brought forward to a future meeting regarding the property parcel included in the request to purchase municipal lands received from Niselder Sawyer.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to 10.1.3. Paul and Lorraine Roberts request to transfer ownership of municipal land. Again, we just have the recommendation, similar to what we've seen in the former 2 items, which is that West Grey Council hereby directs that, and we're looking for input. Does members of, do members of council have any questions with regards to this request, or are you dealing with a motion straight away, as was the case in the last item? I'm going to go to Councillor Hutchinson because I saw your hand, and then I will go to Councillor Stephen Townsend because I saw your hand next. Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. Yeah, I'd like to for us to look further into this one, because I'm curious of whether this parcel that the property owners are looking at was part of the old highway when it was straightened coming out of Priceville heading west. There used to be a real bend there. So I'm not sure if it's something that, just got missed or whatever. And I'm also curious of the size of the property, because it doesn't really say that. And we do have a map there now that sort of shows it. But anyways, I'd like to investigate a little further if it's a case that we sell it, or a case of we just turn it over into the landowners to get their property straightened around for their deed purposes. So I'd like to see us investigate that one, make a report.
Am I interpreting that you are moving a motion or not?
Sure.
I want to be clear on behalf of.
I will make a motion to report on that request.
Staff. Okay. Staff report back. Okay. As the clerk is doing the wordsmithing on the staff report back with regard to this request, Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion and also have a comment.
As the clerk is writing up the motion, please proceed.
Yes, actually, it's a question for the planner.
Mhm.
And what I'm wondering is whether the process for something that is claimed as having been occupied and used, I know that's true for a few past dealings we've done, we've still sold the land to them rather than just transferred it. So I'm not quite sure whether these requests are dealt the same as a request to purchase as a request to transfer would be, or whether there's other circumstances or issues that you would have to investigate as you go through this to determine the status and what you would include in your report accordingly.
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, there is definitely a separate process if the lands have been being utilized by a landowner over a certain period of time. They do have access rights, but that's more of a legal question that is determined at the time of the title search that would be completed for these properties. But it is a legal question, much more than a planning question and the conveyance of land from the municipality versus a transfer. There are legal rights to, over a certain 10-year period, if people have been utilizing it and willingly been given access and not advised not to have access, that there are certain components of that, but that really is a legal question that can't really be answered at this particular specific moment in time, but it is a different process. That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Townsend.
As a follow-up to that, I'm assuming that would get covered in your report, Madam Planner?
Thank you. And through you, your worship, that's correct. That would be something that would be investigated prior to something coming back to council.
Thank you very much. Yes, Madam Mayor, that's all.
Thank you very much. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that West Grey Council hereby directs the planning report be brought forward to a future meeting regarding the parcel included in the request to transfer ownership of municipal lands received from Paul and Lorraine Roberts.
Are there any other inquiries or clarification to the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. Item 10.1.4, Soggy Municipal Airport Commission request funds for West Grey Flagpole at airport. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read what we have for the recommendation thus far?
Through you, your worship, the this item does require a resolution of council, and it would be that council directs either to receive this correspondence or that council directs to provide the funding requested by the Soggy Municipal Airport, or somewhere in between, whatever council wishes.
Correspondence is on page 28 of our agenda, and it's a request from Soggy Municipal Airport for West Grey Council to purchase a flagpole to be flown at the Soggy Municipal Airport. I wonder, as our council appointee to the Soggy Municipal Airport Commission, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, do you have anything you wish to say with regard to this correspondence?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This was kind of brought forward by our new airport manager, been with us for 6-7 months, and really trying to give some identity to the 3 participating municipalities on that shared asset. And you know, in addition to the Canadian flag, but really, I think it's a great incentive to show our support. I know the other municipalities were can't speak on behalf, but they were certainly going to support it. So I think it's a nice suggestion from her, or an ask from the airport again to show our support and have our West Grey flag flown over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I do want to identify that within the excuse me, within the correspondence, the Soggy Municipal Airport Commission is requesting funds in the amount of $1,000. All right. Is there questions, comments? Are we looking for a motion in any capacity on this? Beginning with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'm wondering if you can tell me whether or not the other 2 municipalities have already agreed to do this. I'm in support of it, by the way, but I was just wondering if the other 2 have already committed.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Townsend. They approved, well, there was support in theory, but they had to do the same thing that we're doing here. It had to be through council, but I know they were both certainly interested, and that's all I could tell you. We'll have another meeting coming up, I think, next week, and I'd probably have that answer for you then.
Further, Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I would actually move that we proceed to approve this and agree to disperse the appropriate funds accordingly.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, would you be able to quickly wordsmith this and read it aloud? And then I do see that there is indication of members of council that wish to speak.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that West Grey Council hereby directs that funds in the amount of $1,000 be provided to the Soggy Municipal Airport Commission for the purpose of purchasing a flagpole for the Municipality of West Grey flag.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Townsend, is the language in the motion suitable? Thank you. And as the seconder deputy, is that same question? Thank you. Okay, and thank you, Clerk Sharbeck, for your quick writing of the motion. Going right to Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thanks, Mayor Robinson. I think that's a really simple gesture, and we know we have people landing at the airport from all over. So it's a great recommendation from the manager. And perhaps this is obvious in the motion, but do we need the wording that would say that our contribution is contingent upon the others also contributing, or is that to be assumed? Thank you.
Well, it's not in the motion at hand. We just have that we're moving ahead with the approval, and that's the way the motion is at this point, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by the deputy.
Okay, well, I would move that simple amendment if I may. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead with that. So you're asking if you
we
could just clearly state.
Sure, if we could add additional wording that says upon, contingent upon the municipal partners also contributing. However, I'm trusting our clerk to make that wording a little spiffier, but that's the intention.
Thank you very much. Would there be a seconder for this amendment that we're dealing with now? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this amendment to the main
Question
motion?
to the clerk beforehand, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely.
I would treat that as a friendly amendment, and if appropriate, just revise the original if in fact the clerk agrees.
I'm going to put that right over to the clerk, Clerk Sharbeck, to Councillor Townsend's question.
Through your worship, if the mover and seconder are both agreeable to that language, that the funds are only provided on the condition that the other two member municipalities are providing funding for flagpoles at the airport, then we can simply tidy up the wording of the resolution. If only one and not both are agreeable, then we'll just move, second, and vote on the amendment piece, and then back to the main motion.
So Councillor Townsend, you've got your response to that. Are you treating this, as you've referenced, and certainly I use that language as well, as a friendly amendment to be built into your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
And as the seconder deputy mayor, are you?
Deputy Mayor Hudson, I'll support that, so it's all tidy.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand then?
Through your worship, that West Grey Council hereby directs that funds in the amount of $1,000 be provided to the Soggy Municipal Airport Commission for the purpose of purchasing a flagpole for the Municipality of West Grey flag at the airport upon the condition that the other two member municipalities also agree to funding their flagpoles.
Okay.
Their respective flagpoles.
Okay, I'm seeing affirmative, Councillor Townsend and Deputy Mayor on the complete language. Any further comments with regard to the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. On to item 10.2, items for information. There's one. 10.2.1, Township of Archipelago, Resolution re roadside pragmites. Quick Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that all items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Oh, Councillor Hutchinson, your audio, please.
Sorry, I'd like to make a motion to support the Township of the Archipelago regarding Phragmites.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Because the first one that was called was not moved in second, so we're entertaining Councillor Hutchinson's motion to support the resolution. Is there a seconder for Councillor Hutchinson's motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion, but I also have a question.
I think at this point would be just fine.
Okay, question to Madam CAO. Is this an issue for West Grey at this time, or do we see it as an issue coming forward?
Madam CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Townsend, I don't have the answer to that, Councillor. I'm wondering if one of my senior management members could, oh, I see Councillor Hutchinson's hands up, but that's a good question, and I'm sorry, I don't have the answer.
I think I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand, but I'm just going to ask if Director of Public Works, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, which is Van Sherwinski, has a response or a comment with regard to your inquiry, Councillor Townsend.
Your Worship, I apologize. My connection was out when the question was asked. Could
Okay.
I have the question repeated? Thank you, Kylie.
No worries at all. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the question was, are the Phragmites an issue for West Grey, or do we see it as an issue going forward?
Through your Worship, it certainly is. Phragmites is definitely an issue in a lot of municipalities. We're finding it more and more as it grows in our along our roadside drainage areas, essentially near farmland, etc. And so it definitely is in the future. It'll definitely be it will be a problem for this municipality. And eradicating it and getting rid of it along the roadway requires a certain procedure and so forth. So yeah, it definitely will be a potential a concern for us in the future.
Thank you. That was all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I agree. It definitely is an issue. And as you drive anywhere in the province, you drive down the highways, you see these great growths of this Phragmites, and people seem to think well, it's a nice decorative plant, but they don't realize that when you get a huge growth like that, that it soaks up all the water. So all your wetlands are disappearing because of the Phragmites taking over. So it's an issue. And so this speaks to, early detection, best practices, management practices. So I think it's something that we need to continue to get on top of, or otherwise, we're going to have huge issues down the road. So yeah, that's why I'd like to support it.
Thank you very much. Clerk Sharbeck, at this time, would you be able to read the motion at hand?
Through your Worship, moved by Councillor Hutchinson, that West Grey Council hereby supports the resolution of the Township of Archipelago requesting that all levels of government support the management of roadside Phragmites.
Thank you. I had the seconder as Councillor Townsend.
Oh,
So
thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson, is the language okay on the motion? Thank you. And as the seconder, Councillor Townsend? Very good. Any other questions or comments, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. We are moving on to item 11, staff reports. 11.1, Director of Finance and Treasurer. 11.1.1, fees and charges bylaw update. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through your Worship, the recommendation is that council receives the fees and charges update report for information, and that council consider the updated fees and charges bylaw in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Excuse me, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second.
Right now, we will take a presentation from Director Carrie Mighton, Director of Finance and Treasurer. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through your Worship. I provided some highlight summary of the various fees that are changing, but because It's had several amendments over the years. We thought we'd do one comprehensive update, but there are, most of the fees have not changed from the previous update, which was done, or comprehensive update in 2014 when the bylaw for it with all the schedules was updated. So unless there's any questions, that's everything.
Thank you very much, Director. Questions, beginning with Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wondering if these new fees were actually part of the 2021 budget. Were they already included in there or not?
Yes, because they're all minor in nature, they were, there wasn't a significant impact on the 2021 budget.
Thank you very much. That was my only question.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just noticed in part of that, the asterisk represents new fees. I'm curious why we have some new fees brought in there. What was the reason? In particular, I'd say recreation. We have Durham Town Hall, so on, $61 rental, which I presume wasn't there before. Maybe I don't know. It says it's new fee. Movie equipment. Obviously, we have new movie equipment. But rental insurance, that seems to be a new fee. Ball Diamond Pavilion rental, $50 per rental. So I'm just curious about the new fee charges.
Thank you. Director Mighton.
Yes, so as we worked through some of the recreation fees to reflect how the clubs are being charged, and to reflect consistency across the various facilities that we do rent. Some of those didn't have those types of fees, like with the $61 per rental for a church service. That wasn't consistent across the halls, so it was added in there.
Okay. So what about the park rental, green space, $35 per rental? What park would we be renting for that?
Yep, I'll perhaps let Recreation Supervisor Cody Hewlett speak to that one.
Wonderful. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Yes, if I may, to respond to the question, the park rental fees are in reference to, we've had a number of requests come through for people looking to rent like the Newstead Lions Park for small wedding receptions, same with Vickers Riverside Park. That would be a new service level that we haven't offered in the past, just allowing the ability for our patrons to access our park at a rental so that they could have a set time to access the park.
Okay, all right, so yeah, so that's new. So what is, I presume the rental insurance goes along with that then? Room non-contact rentals, that's for that part, and what else does that cover?
Supervisor Hewlett.
If I may, so as council may recall, Clerk Sharbeck had brought a report a number of months ago just exploring different rental insurance options for committees or non-contact rentals, such as music in the park, that sort of thing. So that's just a follow-up to that report. Essentially us, we're not ready to enact that yet, but just getting the ball rolling to enact what you may have heard as referred to as game day insurance before. So rather than renters of our facilities for non-contact type rentals, putting a rider on their house insurance, they could go through a registered insurance organization with us, and that's just charged out at the rental fee that we would be incurring. It's basically a non-revenue, but the fee is set through the insurance agency that we go with.
So someone like our Music in the Park group then should be applying for coverage for this insurance, right? Is that what you're saying, suggesting?
That would be another conversation and up to the will of council, but yes, given this rates and fee, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I'm beginning with Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just got to flip over the screen here. Oops, sorry. Under recreation, the Durham, Normanby, and Newstead community halls are $100 standard church service. And I understand that because it's obviously probably a larger hall. Then you get into the Durham Town Hall, smaller, Normanby Centennial Hall, smaller, and they're $61. I think one of the problems we have over Newstead is because, you know, we're not consistent again with, we're offering a discount at the other two. And I know Newstead doesn't, it's a bigger building, but they're still struggling over there, and they did come forward and ask for a bit of a reduction on it, or to be, I guess, in line with the other two. So I'm just wondering how we've identified that, because that's how I'm reading this, is they're still at that $100.
Supervisor Hewlett, would this be a question for you or our Director of Finance? I'll go to you first, please.
If I may, that $100 fee in reference to especially the Newstead Hall is a brand new fee. Typically, the church rentals that we have had in the Newstead Hall have paid the standard going rate for the hall. So that is a new fee to offer them a discount that is comparable to the other halls. And the way we looked at it across the board, yes, there are changes slightly in the occupancy based on hall, but our larger banquet halls, we've done at the $100 rate flat across the board, and then the smaller halls, they sit at around that $61 rate. So there was comparators taken into account with that.
If I may, Mayor Robinson, and I appreciate what you've done there, Supervisor Hewlett, but it's the problem that they have there is because the hall's the size it is. If we had a smaller one, which we're not going there, but if we did, they'd have a discount. And that's what they've been bringing forward to us for several years now, is that's their concern is, they don't need the whole building, and they're just looking for that break. And I think we're all aware of it because they have come forward. So I just want to know how we're going to try to identify it, because I'm sure it's going to come back at us again when they see these rates. And I know they're discounted rates, but they are looking for a different rate or a lower rate that would match Centennial or the Durham Town Hall. Thank you.
Anything further, Supervisor Hewlett, or?
If I may, I have had at length conversations with that one renter in particular, and that $100 rate is the rate that we are proposing as from doing a review across the board. I think that's a beyond fair rate for that hall. Ultimately is up to the will of council, whichever way they would like to choose. And I have worked with that particular rental and have offered them space in the other halls. However, that's all I can offer at this point.
Fair enough. Was there anything further, Deputy, before I move on to?
No, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Shea, and then I'll see if there's any other first-time speakers before I go back to Councillor Townsend. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to the clerk, I think the freedom of information requests fee, the freedom of information requests is a heavily legislated activity. Are we permitted to charge fees for this? Has anybody checked?
Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through Your Worship, the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, commonly referred to as MFIPA, has regulations thereunder that set out the exact fees. It's very prescribed. So even fees for receiving a request, for appeals to the Privacy Commissioner, for photocopies or search time. Outside of that freedom of information request, the municipality can charge different fees. If it's related to an FOI request, it is the fees exactly as prescribed by the Act. So it is very legislated.
So the Act does permit charging an hourly labor cost?
Yes, but I believe the one in the fees and charges bylaw is not related to freedom of information requests. It's related to lengthy requests outside of the freedom of information process.
I'm sorry, I overlooked the word not. I just saw freedom of information, sorry. So that's a red herring, my mistake. So a further question for Mr. Hewlett. How come we charge different rates for swimming lessons at the 3-4 level and the 5 to 9 level? Do the bigger kids take up more water, or what's the logic?
I'll just stop right at that point. We get the intent of your inquiry. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Ultimately, that costing comes down to the staff time that goes into the lessons. Often with the older children, 2 staff are required for the lesson.
Further,
Okay,
Councillor Shea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor, I think it was Councillor Townsend. Did you have your hand up before I go to Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I did. I just wanted a little further clarification on the difference in the rates for the different halls. Is the increased cost for the community halls directly related to the costs that we incurred, or is it something other than that? And if so, what?
I'm going to go to Councillor, I will go to Supervisor Hewlett unless we need to go over to Director Mike. But I'll begin with you, Supervisor Hewlett.
Thank you. My apologies, Councillor Townsend. Could you provide me a little bit more clarification of what you're looking for in your reference to community halls?
Sure. If I look at the first rate of $100 for the community halls, it's $100. If I look at the line down, the next rate, which is for the smaller town halls or centennial halls, is $61. So I'm wondering why the difference, and is it related to costs we incur, or is there a different reason that we do that? I should be open and comment. One of my thoughts is, why can't we make them all the same unless there's a valid reason not to?
It ultimately comes down to the sizing of hall, based on the capacity of the hall, how many rentals we can take on, that sort of thing.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Sorry, I believe Director Mighton has a point of clarification. Maybe I'll let her speak to it.
Yep, absolutely. Director Mighton, please.
Yep, sure. As Supervisor Hewlett indicated, the capacity or size of the hall, the larger the hall, the more it does need to be cleaned. So there's extra cost that way. Heating and hydro are also greater, the bigger the space that is involved in there. So there is a direct correlation to the cost of providing the hall, the larger the hall becomes.
Okay, then my follow-up question becomes, is it 50% more, I guess? Because it's over that is what we're charging. For the larger ones, I just don't know. I'm just trying to find a way to make it a little more palatable for people to use. I'd rather have them used at a lower rate than I would empty and not being used, because they're discouraged by the amount.
Director Mighton, anything?
Yeah, so they have to qualify for a standard church service or service club meeting in order to fit into that rate. Otherwise, they will get the full regular hall rental rate, which for the Durham, Normanby or Newstead Community Hall, it would be $320 for the day for Durham and Normanby, and $240 for Newstead. That's the current rate that we have for those halls. So this new rate for church service or service clubs is offering a discounted rate. Totally at the discretion of council, but that was the idea. Was the Newstead Hall is a different capacity than the town hall, so the level of services is quite different in there. So we're looking at trying to come up with a rate that's comparable for the type of service that they're receiving. But it is a rate discretionary to council.
Okay, Councillor Townsend.
I guess my second question is, do we know what the volume of usage is over a year for either the church service or the club meeting? Like, are they weekly, monthly?
Supervisor Hewlett.
I assume your reference is to a standard year,
yes.
not the past year we've seen. It's typically all over the place. It depends on the hall. Yeah, it's hit and miss, dependent on the hall. Typically in the Newstead Hall, we were seeing church rentals basically every month, every other month, just depending, because they did have a rotating schedule. Typically we're seeing a few a month per hall if you were to average it out across all the halls.
Thank you.
So it's a well-used rate, separate from our standard, we'll say our standard rates and fees for an individual who's not attached to some sort of agency or organization. It is a fairly well-used rate.
All right, thank you for your response.
I'm not sure how to proceed here, but I would like to propose we have a standard rate across for those kind of categories, rather than a full use of the community halls. But you know, if we're doing the special of like a service club meeting or a church service, those same categories, I'd like to see that be the same as, say, the town hall or the Normanby Centennial Hall. I'm not sure if that's a motion to amend the original motion to say that add on to make those two rates the same at the $61.
I'm going to take it as an amended motion, but I'm going to clarify with Clerk Sharbeck in terms of the procedure. Is this considered an amendment to the main motion, which was to approve the recommendation at hand? Your comments, please.
Through your worship, I would consider it an amending motion for sure. And just it would be an amendment to the bylaw. So perhaps it could be a separate motion on its own.
Okay.
That after the one on the floor is addressed, there could be a motion following that the bylaw be amended by changing, you know, section whatever on schedule, whatever.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And we can amend it at the bylaw time as well. So there is opportunity to amend that bylaw separate from just receiving the report, for sure.
Thank you for those procedural comments. You have your answer, Councillor Townsend, at this point. I'll come back to you for sure. But I am going to go to Councillor Hamilton. And Councillor Hamilton, I want to say, I did go to Councillor Townsend. I did note when I looked down, he was the second time speaker. I am recording times as per procedural bylaw, etc. But I do apologize. You're our first time speaker. Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. Appreciate that. And I just want to extend a thank you to staff for bringing the report forward. And it's certainly responding to some of our questions throughout the year. We had the question about rate for churches, and that's in here in service clubs. We had questions about how could people book outdoor space, especially if they have a regular event. And we just didn't have that ability, and now we do. So that's really helpful. So thanks for that. I also note that things have changed. You know, with COVID, we're doing a lot more cleaning. But I'm not seeing staff come and say, hey, we have to increase all the rates because of all the cleaning. So that's something to keep in mind too, moving forward, that as a municipality, I would think we're probably absorbing a bit more expense at this time as well. So I appreciate staff trying to keep rates low. And it's always a balancing act of getting people in the building and using our buildings and recovering enough finances, and then balancing that with our tax rate. And I know it's this balancing act that we do, and that staff compare us to other municipalities too. So I appreciate all the work that goes into the report. I just had a couple questions. My first was the request for information manual searching. Could our clerk give us an example of what that would look like? Because I think I heard you're about to explain an example, and I think this is for something kind of like an over and above request, but I just don't know what that might be. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through your worship, thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for that question. You are correct. It's for those extraordinary requests that may come in that require a considerable amount of staff time to locate the information. So in a freedom of information request, it's very clear what's required, and the search time, the preparing the documents time, the costs for those are included in MFIPA regulations. However, outside of the FOI request, we didn't have a fee for that search time. Generally, whatever information we can provide, we can provide. If it takes half an hour to find information and prepare it for a resident or a requester, we would certainly do that just as part of the normal day. This would be something exceptional. For instance, all the bylaws are public information, so there's certainly everybody's right to see. If somebody wanted to request a copy of all the bylaws from 1969 and 1972, please. They certainly are entitled to that, or all the bylaws relevant to the former Normanby Township. Something like that, that would require, it's public information, they can certainly have it, but the request does require a significant amount of time to dig out those older, possibly archived records. And we can do it. If we can do it in really less than an hour, it's not even really a fee that would be considered, but it does prevent or help manage requests that could be vexatious in nature, and allows for that staff time to be compensated for just a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. That makes a lot of sense. I also note that there's some new planning fees. And again, I know this is more about cost recovery, right? Like we don't make money on these fees. Could I ask our planner just to touch upon a few of the new fees, if she might, and specifically, if she could just clarify if it's appropriate for the planner, or perhaps it's for our director of finance. But I guess one of the fees is doubling, so it's not a new fee, sorry, but the zoning bylaw amendment major is doubling. So I just had a question about that. And then if you might just touch upon a few of the new fees as well. Thank you.
Certainly, we'll begin with Planner Spencer as your request. And then if there's follow-up through Director Mighton, we'll certainly address that. To you, Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through your worship, the fees have been significantly lower than average fees throughout the county for quite some time. So these fees are still low in comparison to other municipalities. So in order to bring a standard up where there's actually a cost recovery and not a loss for the time spent on applications, that's where the recommendation has come from. And as part of the review of those fees, the other municipalities within Grey County and their fee levels were researched by planning staff to determine what would be appropriate and what would be not necessarily the highest point that we could hit, but something that's reasonable. But they have been very low for quite some time and needed to be updated.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And one last question regarding recreation. Have staff considered, or do we have something like this for, say, an organization that is like a repeat booker? So they say, okay, here's my 10 dates that we're meeting once per month, or here's our regular weekly date. Would they have a different rate, like a subscription rate or whatever, versus a one-time booking rate? Does that already exist? That's my question to staff. Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
We previously had that type of rate. It was something to the effect of if a service club booked 10 rentals, they got one free rental of the same type of hall. We've had zero uptake on it, frankly. They don't generally book more than 10 times in a year. Just the way of the same type of hall rental, but that's just the way it had been in the past. But it may be something that gets more popular. But
Councillor Hamilton, I do see that Supervisor Hewlett would like to add to the response for you. Please go ahead, Supervisor Hewlett.
Yes, if I may. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Director Mighton summed it up quite succinctly, that buy 10, get one free, basically. Rental that we had in the past, there was zero uptake. I actually did a search back for about 5 years, and it was never utilized. So basically our response was doing the $61 and $100 fees for cultural churches, service clubs, that sort of thing, as a in place of that fee, because typically when you are seeing somebody who's doing a 10 rental span, it's usually not a private individual who's not connected to an organization. So this is basically an in place of that.
That makes sense. Thank you very much. And then just reflecting on Councillor Townsend's thought about having a standard rate for all the halls for a service club. I do have concerns about that in particular, because if you look at the balance of our rates, they are different per hall. So it does make sense that the service club church rate would also be different per hall based on the same parameters as our other rates. So I know we'll be discussing that soon, but I just thought I'd plant that seed. Thank you.
Okay, so noted. Okay, I thought I saw Councillor Hutchinson hand up as a second time speaker. That is correct. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I had a little technical difficulty there for a minute. I presume we're talking about bylaw 45 now, since that's sort of included within this report. Schedule F talks about the arena floor advertising, and it has the rates for arena floor advertising. I think we need to investigate the same deal on our ball diamonds. I know Minor Ball came up with a fundraising thing where they posted signs on the fence in the ball diamonds, and it was a fundraising for the ball diamond, or the Minor Ball. I think we need to have a discussion with them about how that's moving forward, because I'm not sure if they're continuing to do that, but I mean, if like we definitely could do that as a form of generating funds, but maybe it needs to be in agreement with Minor Ball. I don't know, because they were the ones that come up with the plan, and it looked great to have those signs and different sponsors and whatnot. But I don't see it as being any different than what we do at the arena. So I think we need to have that discussion with Minor Ball in terms of if they're going to continue to do that. Do we do a cost sharing? Or is that something that we do and then we make a donation to Minor Ball if that's the case? What does that look like? So I think we do need to get that straightened out, because it really is West Grey's facility with sponsorship, just like the arena. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Clerk Sharbeck, would that be something, or Director Mike, that should be so inclined by this council to be brought forward at a future time? Or what is your consideration?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe that can be addressed as a separate matter from the fees and charges bylaw, but it is an excellent point raised by Councillor Hutchinson that those sponsorship dollars on our asset, whether it's an arena board or a ball diamond sign, is certainly something that warrants further discussion. At a future meeting, perhaps. I would defer to Director Martin just how she'd like to proceed with possibly arranging agreements with our users.
Yes, and to that, Director Martin, please.
Yep, sure. We can reach out to Minor Ball and see what what their approach may be for the upcoming season, if they're looking at moving forward. Last year was a little bit of a defunct kind of year, but we can certainly reach out to them to get some more details and work with the group and bringing something forward.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Clerk Sharbeck, I wonder, it's been a wonderful discussion here. Lots of questions, lots of responses. Would you mind reading the motion at hand? And then we'll go from there.
Through you, Your Worship, the motion on the floor, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Shea, is that Council receives the fees and charges update report for information, and that Council considers the updated fees and charges bylaw in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. I just don't want to forget, Councillor Townsend, was there anything further at this point from you?
No, Madam Mayor, I think it'll come up as we get to the bylaw.
Fair enough, and thank you very much. So now we are moving on to 11.2, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. 11.2.1, asphalt resurfacing, Artemisia Glenelg line. Clerk, go back to the recommendation.
Sorry, through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that Council approves the capital expenditure of up to $85,000 in 2022 and $85,000 in 2023 for the asphalt resurfacing of Artemisia Glenelg Town Line, and that council hereby directs that a bylaw be brought to the next regular council meeting of West Grey Council to ratify the decision to approve the 2-year transfer payment schedule to the Municipality of Grey Highlands.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Could we have a presentation from our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, Ben Sherwinski, please?
Certainly, through your worship. So essentially, the Artemisia Glenelg Town Line is a boundary road shared between the Municipality of West Grey and Grey Highlands. And essentially, they are undertaking to repave the second portion of that road. Council may recall that we paid our 50% cost for paving the first part of it in 2020. And Grey Highlands is looking to move forward with that this year as well. This is an opportunity for the Municipality of West Grey to make a commitment so that that project continues this year, and where we can pay up to $85,000 over the next 2 years to pay for our portion of that paving that's going to occur this year. And the reason for the push to get that done this year is essentially that there's favorable asphalt prices. And so that's what I have brought here before you this morning.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions with regards to the recommendation at hand, beginning with Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have 2 questions. The first one is by identifying or approving the payments for 2022 and 23, we're not really increasing the budget, as my perception is just how we allocated in those years. Is that correct?
Director Schwinski? Or do you need to go? Okay.
Sorry, yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Councillor Townsend?
Yep.
Your
My second question has to do with the general process. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the asset management requirement in planning is to make sure that we plan with our partners, right? So that we're all in sync and we're doing things at the right time, the same time, or we have the funding when it's needed, right, on both sides of that agreement. Can you tell me if the current asset management plan work that's being undertaken is actually building in that negotiation or discussion with our joint partners? For example, roads is one, but bridges, we get into connecting links and things like that, where I believe the province should also be a partner that should be dealt with in part of the planning process, and they should know when we plan and when we'll need their share, or vice versa. If they're planning their assets and identify something, they should approach us. Is that process actually being built into the asset management planning activity that you're going to right now?
I will go to Director Shurinsky, but germane to the motion at hand that we're dealing with.
Yes, I understand
that. The process, through your worship, the process as far as identifying the asset management plans in adjoining municipalities and how that reflects on our asset management plan, essentially that will be built into our process moving forward, similar to some of the discussions we've had earlier with respect to the province and so forth, and to some of your points made earlier, Councillor Townsend, which are very good. Moving forward with respect to roads, bridges, culvert work, we do have other work in the future that is going to involve our commitments with our adjacent communities. So that will be, as we move forward, that's something that I will undertake. And I hope that has answered your question.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Townsend? Thank you then. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I think I'd like to see us go forward with this. I think it's a good time to do it, as the director said, pricing of asphalt, but also I think it's something we should be thankful that Grey Highlands is willing to be our banker and pay for the funds up front, and then allow us to pay it back over a period of a couple of years. So I think that's very good of them, very generous. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Bit of a discussion. Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading the motion, and then I'll call the vote?
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Shea, that council approves the capital expenditure of up to $85,000 in 2022 and $85,000 in 2023 for the asphalt resurfacing of Artemisia Glenelg Town Line, and that council hereby directs that a bylaw be brought to the next regular meeting of West Grey Council to ratify the decision to approve the 2-year transfer payment schedule to the Municipality of Grey Highlands.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. So members of council, we're approaching 12 noon. I'm wondering if you would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we could deal with the bylaws. And we have a new business, and then we have an in-camera. And we can have that break and see because the length of where we could go on the agenda, because we have a 1 p.m. stop time on our agenda and only under consideration of approval for that 1 hour. So would members of council like a 10-minute break at this point? It's 11:50. Sound good? Or Councillor Townsend, you have your hand up?
Yes, for clarification, are you suggesting we go straight through to the end of the agenda?
I'm suggesting that we take a break right now and return at 12 o'clock, and then move along on our agenda and just press on with our agenda. So that's what I'm suggesting, but I think we need a break at this point, and so that we can come back at noon and continue on with the agenda.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we actually do the bylaws and then take a break and come back, because I'm not sure how long the closed session will go.
Okay, that's another option. And certainly as I put something forward, it certainly is an option if council wishes to do that. I just didn't know whether the length of time lended itself right now for a bit of a break. I recognize what you're saying, and thank you for that. I do see Deputy Mayor, you've got your hand up. What is your suggestion?
To actually have lunch rather than just a break.
Well, that's an option. We if we have a lunch break in whatever duration of time, recognize that our stop time is 1 o'clock, unless there is a motion that's approved by council to go beyond curfew of 1 o'clock to 2 p.m. as the final time. So, Deputy Mayor, I did recognize you. Was there something further?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, I would, 10 minutes now would be perfect. Get a drink of water and get back at noon, and I don't see why we can't, we should be able to get finished or wrapped up by 1 o'clock. That gives us an hour to get the bylaws done and into the close. So I would like to take the 10 minutes now, because I could certainly use a drink of water. So that, or I will excuse myself for a couple seconds to go get one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to see how the other members of council are. Are you fine with the 10 minutes? Okay, Councillor Hamilton? Yes, Councillor Shea? Okay, so thank you very much, Councillor Townsend, for that. But we will go with the 10-minute break. We'll see everybody back at 12 noon, and we'll just continue on with the agenda. Audio and video off, please. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I do see all our members of council are back. I was wondering, Madam CAO or Clerk Sharbeck, do we have the staff? Are you back? And do we have the staff available to proceed on? Sorry, I apologize to everyone. I'm speaking with my mute button. I do apologize. I just looked. Thank you. What I had said a moment ago was that I do recognize that all members of council are present, and I'm looking to Clerk Sharbeck and Madam CAO. Do we have the staff to proceed? I apologize, members of council. I having my mute button on. Again, Clerk Sharbeck and Madam CAO. Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. We do have all members of council present and recognize you are here. Are we ready to go with the staff?
Sorry, through your worship. Yes, staff's ready to go.
Thank you. And next time I will make it exactly the 10 minutes. So recognizing that in terms of the synergy between the time for the exact 10 minutes. So to coordinate between staff and council. So thank you for that. We're going to now call the meeting back to order on item 12, and that is questions. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I had a question. I saw in the paper they noted our Connecting Link award of dollars for the Garifraxa Street culvert, but they also noted that there was another program, and I'm assuming for 2022 funding for other Connecting Link activities. I'm wondering, do we have opportunities to reapply, meaning do we have other Connecting Link projects that are coming up that would mean we should apply for that?
Director Sherinsky, do you have a response?
At this point in time, through your worship, at this point in time, I'm not aware of any other Connecting Link projects that we could apply for. However, that being said, I will come away from this meeting and look further to see if there's still opportunities there for funding, then by all means, we will apply.
Certainly, and as the funding notices come in through the ministry, I forward them on immediately to staff. And if there's any opportunity for funding, that's certainly what we're looking for. Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. I have one other, and it's not really a question, it's more a shout out. We have two residents of West Grey that have actually been recognized one way or the other, not necessarily by West Grey, but outside. And that is Emma Lindsay was a local women's hockey player that has received a scholarship and is going down to a college in Pennsylvania, to continue her education and also her playing career. So I thought that was worth noting. And the second one was Nicole Eggerts, who has Image of Vision over in Hanover, was awarded the Youth Entrepreneur of the Year designation, and I thought that was pretty good. And the reason she did, her business started in 2017, but when COVID hit and she had to shut down because it's a sort of personal care type business, she actually started a second business, which is called One More Crystal, which is for people who collect crystals, and you can actually purchase them, etc. And that's been really successful as well. So I thought, we should recognize people that, are doing well and do get acknowledged within the community, whether it be within our borders or outside. And so I thought I'd mention those two today. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just one question. What is our plan for office opening? Is the office opening now for public access, or when it's happening?
No, that is not, we're not open now. We're still under that extended lockdown. But in terms of the staff component, Madam CAO, did you wish to speak to the staff component?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to update. As you mentioned, Mayor Robinson, we are still under the stay-at-home order, so we're doing a combination of some staff in the office and some working remotely. Quite honestly, we have more staff that are anxious to come back to the office, so we're doing a bit of a slow return, and it's working out really well. The building is still closed to the public and will remain so until we have further clarification from both the province and public health, targeting that June 14th date, because there's a little bit of a gap between the stay-at-home order being lifted and then the next phase of the provincial plan. So we will certainly be watching carefully, and we will have an emergency control group meeting in the middle of all of that to make sure we have plenty of opportunity to let the public know when we're back open. I suspect when we do reopen, it would be under those shortened hours of 10 a.m. to 4:30, because we do have a fantastic committed team that does a very good thorough cleaning job each morning.
And we're just watching public health protocols, and certainly the province in terms of stay-at-home order and the ability to open up not only West Grey, but the province. So we're keenly watching that as well. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
So my understanding, the stay-at-home order should come off tomorrow, right, June 2nd. So that's then right. We'll go forward from there. Okay, one other question I have, and it may be directed more to our Director of Infrastructure, but I'm very curious about when our plastic and styrofoam program is going to kick off. My storage space is getting full of plastic, and I would like to get rid of it. Any update on that?
Director Shawinski.
Through your worship, at this particular point in time, I'm still reaching out to our plastics folks, and we're working towards getting some promotion and education out there as well. But by all means, I don't have a definite date at this very second, but I'll keep council abreast of this, and obviously through our social media outlets as well, we'll let everybody know that we're undertaking some new directions at our landfill sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member have a question at this point? Seeing none, now go back to Councillor Townsend as a second-time speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just got a note saying that the Premier is going to announce that the lockdown is over tomorrow.
That's very good. That was in line with what we were expecting, but very much appreciate the note. Wonderful. Okay. Move on to the bylaws, which is item number 13. 13.1, bylaw 43-2021, Connecting Links Program contribution agreement. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship. The recommendation is that bylaw 43-2021, being a bylaw to authorize a Connecting Links program contribution agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton,
I'll second.
are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, before I go any further, Councillor Hutchinson, do I perceive that as a question or are you voting?
No, a question. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
So under, I believe it's Schedule A, talks about the, let me get terms here, the Fairfax Street box culvert replacement. So it's included in this. We talked a lot about the Fairfax Street bridge, but this is the box culvert. And according to what it says in here, it has to be completed by December 31st, 2021. So I'm presuming this is going to happen this summer. I'm sort of curious what that looks like in terms of traffic and timing with the Fairfax Bridge. Maybe our director can fill us in on that one.
Certainly. Director Szawinski?
Certainly, and through your worship. Essentially, when the specific to the box culvert replacement, you're absolutely correct in saying that it has to be completed this year. We are underway with developing an RFP to hire a consultant for that particular project. And as well, it'll be tendered out this year with the hopes of completing it by the end of 2021. So as far as traffic goes, though, from a preliminary discussion with some engineers and from previous experience with culvert replacement, it's usually done in two halves. So, essentially one half of the culvert will be pulled out and traffic will be guided around that. And then once it's replaced, the other side will be removed and then installed or constructed. And then essentially, the work will be completed in that type of a format. So it will be disruptive to traffic. However, given the nature of the project, there's really, there's, from a conventional perspective, I don't really think that there's too many other ways around that.
Councillor?
Yeah, so I'm just curious, I can see traffic being a bit of a zoo when it comes, especially if we happen to be doing both at the same time, where we're going to be down to 2 single lanes going through town. I'm just curious whether we should be looking at posting some potential bypass signs, on town under construction, use this route if you wish to bypass the town. It's not really ideal, but the BIA would like, but I can see that being quite a backup because there's already, in the summertime, we get backup traffic going through town. Now we're down to 1 lane. It's going to be a bit of a zoo. So I'm just curious about whether we need to mitigate any traffic issues.
Director?
Certainly, through your worship, with both projects, essentially what we will be doing is what will be undertaken is that traffic plans and detour routes, et cetera, will be posted on our website and will be made available to the public as well, so that people are aware ahead of time what's going to be happening, and that to prevent any surprises, we'll try to inform the public as much as possible what they are going to expect.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's important, that communication plan. For sure. Thank you.
Good. Anything further, members of council? To the question, all those in favor, raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. On to the next bylaw, which is 13.2 bylaw 44-2021 zoning amendment. And Zelmo, Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 44-2021, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 37, 2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move that motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. We'd spoken about site plan control, and I'm wondering if this is the appropriate time to add that language, or if we could have some guidance from our planner, please. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, it doesn't necessarily need to be part of the bylaw at this time. It can come forward as a separate application and process. So it's at the discretion of council how you wish to proceed with that, but it does not need to be included in this bylaw necessarily. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So whatever is the clearest best practice, Planner Spencer, whatever you recommend, we will do. So if it doesn't need to be done at this time, then that's okay by me, as long as it comes to council at some time. Thank you.
Planner Spencer, that is correct then, for a clear pathway?
For a clear pathway and direction to the applicant, it would be beneficial to modify the bylaw to state that the lands are subject to site plan control. I believe that's the direction that I'm understanding from Councillor Hamilton, which can be done. I will look to Clerk Sharbeck for direction how she would like me to do that as an amendment to the bylaw prior to first, second, and third reading.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm going to go over to Clerk Sharbeck at this point.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. At this point in time, the question before council to adopt the bylaw can be as amended by including that the lands shall be subject to site plan control. So we can incorporate that in the actual read a first, second, and third time as amended by including that the lands shall be subject to site plan control. And then it's looked after today. Mm-hmm. And the amendment to the bylaw is clear to the public and to the applicant as well. Does that help?
Thank you for that procedural information and suggestion. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton, before I go to the mover and seconder on that?
Thank you. No, that adds the clarity. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Councillor Townsend, on the amended language, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Councillor Shea as the seconder, same question.
I'm not certain we should have site plan control of this property, but my understanding is that this amended language will just allow us to discuss it again in the future. Is that right? I didn't want to have a long drawn out debate about it right now.
Very good, but I will forward the question to Clerk Sharbeck for you.
Thank you, through your worship. That's a good point, Councillor Shea. The site plan control will be very basic site plan control and really set out formally an agreement about snow storage. I think that was the one piece that people were looking for confirmation that that would truly happen and be looked after. And I think some clarity about the entranceway. I'm not sure on that, but the site plan control would not be very prescriptive at all, rather than setting out a couple of key pieces in the snow storage or removal if necessary, and parking were part of that.
So we're basically approving that and including that now.
Oh, through your worship, no, we're not including any specifics about the site plan. We're just saying that a site plan will come back for council's approval.
Okay. Then
so we're not detailing anything right now, just saying that a site plan is going to come back to council.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with the way it is then. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like Clerk Sharbeck to read the full amended motion right now, so we've got the clarity, and I do see that Councillor Townsend has his hand, but first to Clerk Sharbeck.
Through you, your worship, that the recommendation is that bylaw 44-2021, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 37, 2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time as amended by adding that the land shall be subject to site plan control.
Okay. So Councillor Townsend, you're fine with the language? Just double check.
Yes, I am.
And Councillor Shay now with the as read.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, you had your hand up?
Yes, I do. I have one other comment. There are 2 points in the bylaw, 1 and 3. There is no number 2. I don't know if that means something accidentally got deleted or it's just a numbering issue.
Clerk Sharbeck?
We'll look at that and we will put number 2 as that the land shall be subject to site plan control. We didn't intend to save that spot for it. It was just oversight and a typo, but thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 13.3, bylaw 45-2021, fees and charges. Clerk Sharbeck, if you could read the recommendation.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 45-2021, being a bylaw to set fees and charges for certain services provided by the Municipality of West Grey, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor, with one adjustment, and that was the one I raised earlier.
All right, I'll come back to you. Is there a seconder for this motion?
Actually,
Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Back to you, Councillor Townsend.
Yes, as I noted earlier, and I've got the specifics, in Schedule F, under Durham Community Center Hall, Normandy Arena Hall, and Newstadt Community Hall, I would like to make that rental fee be 61 to be consistent, and that's on page 98 of our package. And that is for standard church service or service club meetings.
Clerk Sharbeck.
sure. Just to clarify, Councillor Townsend, are you requesting that the bylaw be read as amended?
Yes.
And that is by amending, I just want to make sure, Schedule F.
Yes.
To,
98 of our package.
to reflect that the Durham Community Center Hall, Normanby Arena Hall, and Newstead Community Hall have a standard church service and service club meeting rate of $61 per rental with a 5-hour maximum. Is that okay? Just give me 1 minute to.
Can I have a point of order, please?
I'll take your point of order and then I'll go to the deputy to clarify the language. Please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you. Could the first motion be what's on our agenda? And could Councillor Townsend's be a formal amendment? So I guess I'm looking for procedure. If that's that, I'd have more comfort in that direction, but if I might just check in with the clerk, please. Thank you.
Oh, I understand. Clerk Sharbeck.
Through your worship, yes, that would be a much cleaner process. There's a couple of ways to do it. We could have the motion, which is moved and seconded and on the floor, and just pause there and have an amending motion that we move, second, and vote on, and then come back to the main motion to read it as amended. Or you could read the bylaw the first and second time, make amendments, and bring it back to another meeting for a third and final reading. But if the intent is to get through it today, we can certainly do that with an amending motion, and that would be most appropriate. So I would ask Councillor Townsend, would that be, could your amendment be a moved amending motion?
I actually assumed it would be, because the other one had been moved and seconded.
Okay.
Okay, so just give me a second. That we'll add a new motion in.
And I should comment, I did that because I'm not sure everyone was in agreement with that.
Well, that's
Okay.
fair enough. And as the clerk is dealing with that, I do recognize Madam CAO, but we're just in the middle of the motion. So I'd like amended motion. We'll get that clarified and then I'll call upon you, Madam CAO.
So through your worship, moved by Councillor Townsend that Schedule F to bylaw 45, 2021 be amended by including a rate for the Durham Community Center Hall, Normanby Arena Hall, and Newstead Community Hall for standard church service and service club meeting of $61 per rental, 5-hour maximum.
Would there be a seconder to Councillor Townsend's amendment as read? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this
It's
amendment?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second that, Madam.
Are there any questions with regard to this amendment before I call the vote on it? Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. Not so much a question, but a comment. But I'm struggling with the logic of changing that one rate when all the other rates are different based on the size and capacity of the hall. So I'm not sure what the logic is to just standardizing that one rate. So I can't support it for that reason. It just doesn't sit well with me, but thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In response to Councillor Hamilton, my logic is that we have our buildings vacant quite frequently, number one. Number two, it's being used as a place of worship, which means they likely these days couldn't afford their own building. So make it more palatable, if you will. And more importantly, if you look at service clubs, then they do provide a service. And so I wonder why. And if we can't give a little bit back to them and take the confusion out of, well, do I have to worry about where I am? And if I do get into conflicts, meanwhile, you've got another one vacant. And we may actually, by having a lower rate, we may actually have more use of our buildings, which I think is healthy for the building and it's great for the revenue. So that's my logic behind it.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, I believe that was Councillor Townsend's turn, but I would take a second turn. Yes, please.
Oh, well, no, it was, you had the inquiry. So Councillor Townsend
Oh, I
responded to
see.
your inquiry. I just want to come back to
Thank you,
you
Mayor Robinson.
with the respect of seeing if you had anything further.
Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't intend for it to go that way, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, yes, I'll pick it up from there then. I would just say that staff have made it really clear that it is a reduced rate already, that this is a brand new rate and it's at a reduced rate. The typical, I don't know what the rates are there, Councillor Townsend, the half hall rental fee is 127 and this is reduced to 100, for example. So it is at a reduction if I'm looking at the prop rates. But if we were to take that logic, then we would apply it across the board for all the rates, not just that one line item. So I don't have a lot of comfort, but if I might also just ask staff to comment on the impact if council does vote to change that rate. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a great segue. I'll go over to Madam CAO, which I acknowledged earlier that she needs to speak. And if necessary, certainly Supervisor Hewlett. Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to all of council. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for the inquiry. I would appreciate staff being a little bit clearer on how these rates come to be, because there are a number of factors that go into where we land on our rates, and notwithstanding, the actual size of the hall and the expenses to run that facility, but market comparators as well. So with your indulgence, Madam Mayor, perhaps our treasurer or our supervisor of recreation could provide a little bit more detail on where we landed on these rates.
Certainly. I'll go to
Thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett. Thank you as well.
Yes, if I may. We do go to market comparators, and all of these rates are at a comparable rate to all of our comparators in surrounding municipalities. West Grey does hit a little bit differently based on our comparators because we do have a large number of facilities and facilities that sometimes aren't offered in our comparator municipalities. But in doing so, the $100 versus the $61 rate was done across the board in a comparison, which matches what other municipalities are doing. As Madam CAO had outlined, it is based off of hall size, capacity, usage, that sort of thing. And even further, a deep dive is based on the technology. So when you look at the halls that are based at what we have put in the rates and fees currently at the $100 rate, those halls do provide the users access to a lot more technology. So there's various projector systems depending on the hall, microphones, AV equipment, that sort of thing, whereas the smaller halls do not have those amenities built in. I would also caution councils moving to the flat rate across the hall, because as Councillor Hamilton had outlined, if we're doing that, we're going to start having patrons inquire about it across the board, as well as I have a feeling that if we do it a flat rate across the board, it will remove a lot of the rentals that we're already seeing in our small halls that often struggle revenue wise, and just move them over to the larger halls, which would then be subsidized even further if we did move them down to that $61 rate.
Thank you. And Director Martin, I wasn't certain whether you needed to add into this conversation at this time.
No, I concur with the comments made by the recreation supervisor. The service level of the larger halls would definitely be more attractive than the smaller venues, for sure. And it would be more costly. Heating a bigger hall for a small group is, and they will demand that it be warmer in the winter months and that type of thing. So there will be definitely more costs, and we would be encouraging them to use the larger facilities as opposed to the smaller halls.
Thank you. Councillor, anything further?
No, thanks for that information. And I just want to correct when I was looking at the chart. So like currently they're proposing the new rate of $100 for up to 5 hours for church service and service clubs. That's brand new. We've never had that opportunity before. It's a significantly reduced rate versus, for example, if you're to book that same hall, it's $127 and for the first hour, and then $51 for every hour after that. So it's a significant savings. It's less money than booking it for 1 hour. So I think we're on a really good flight path, and this is a new opportunity for our service clubs and churches. And I think it reaches that middle ground of wanting to fill our halls and have reasonable rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council? Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the amending motion, and then I'll call for the vote.
Through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Townsend that Schedule F to Bylaw 45-2021 be amended by including a rate for the Durham Community Centre Hall, Normanby Arena Hall, and Newstead Community Hall for standard church service and service club meetings of $61 per rental, maximum 5 hours.
And I had the Deputy Mayor as the seconder. Before I call the question, I do see Councillor Hamilton with her hand up.
Oh, thanks. Just a recorded vote, please, Mayor Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, over to you for the recorded vote.
Sure. And is everybody clear on the question for this?
Well, one moment, I see the Deputy Mayor, but if we, it's always great when we have, before the recorded vote, to have the motion read again. But I do see Deputy Mayor. Oh, he's fine. So Clerk Sharbeck, I would ask you to read it, please.
So on the amending motion to change the fee, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Shay,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Not in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend,
In favor.
and that is a 4-2 vote. The motion carries. And now we are on to the main motion.
Yes. And I wonder, Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the main motion?
Through your worship, that bylaw 45-2021, being a bylaw to set fees and charges for certain services provided by the Municipality of West Grey, as amended, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you. And that was moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Deputy Mayor. So all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We're now moving on to 13.4, bylaw 46-2021, tax rates 2021. Clerk Sharbeck, if you will, to the recommendation.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 46-2021, being a bylaw to adopt estimates of all sums required during the year to strike the tax rates and to provide for penalty and interest in default of payment thereof for the year 2021, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up. Are you moving the motion?
I'll move the motion and then I have a comment. Or question.
Okay, sure. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion? Because I do see your hand up.
I'll second.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, under item 6, there's still the BIA commercial vacant and vacant land reduced rate. I thought that got changed. I thought the county, or did it not officially go through yet?
Director Mighton.
Thank you. So the BIA, it is has been removed for the actual property tax rates. The BIA is a separate special area levy. If you want to remove that, that's fine. We can adjust that rate accordingly, but it has been in place at up to this point. I don't think there is any. I don't think it has applied to anyone in the current BIA area, designated area. It's only ever been the occupied rate and the payment in lieu rate.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see us remove it because I've been sort of promoting that it's going to disappear, that any bonuses, and I didn't realize whether anybody was using it or not, but I think it's, since it's disappeared in other areas of the county, I would like to see it not be part of our tax rate.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion on that if that's necessary.
I understand, and I'll come to you, but I do want to just double check with Clerk Sharbeck. She has her hand up, so I would like to recognize that. I'll come back to you, Councillor.
Through you, your worship, just if I could clarify with the Director of Finance that this is not the vacant unit rebate program that we've removed. This is a different piece altogether.
Correct. The vacant unit rebate, the vacant class, you'll notice on the upper schedule, that has been removed. There is no longer discounts on the property tax portion. We can certainly just amend it to remove that commercial vacant BIA rate. It doesn't change the actual calculated rate because there is no properties that within the BIA area that applied to. So, but it's the vacant program has been eliminated. The vacant unit program has been eliminated.
So Councillor Hutchinson, is that for
I'm a
clarity?
little confused why it's still in there if we don't have it. Like, I don't see the difference, but anyways,
yep.
whatever works, it makes
Yep.
it work.
Yeah, it was just really, it's an oversight that the rest of the program was done. So we can remove that notation to the commercial vacant rate on there. It wasn't a rate that was being used anyway. So it was just bringing forward the standard schedules and had updated that. So that was just an oversight in there.
Okay,
Sharbeck, to that, if, I'm just asking the question, just building on what Councillor Hutchinson said, can the bylaw be as amended if that, that reference line is removed, or is there something else that would need to be done? Should council wish that?
Through you, your worship, we should do an amending motion to remove, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which line.
Yep.
Director Mighton?
So it is the, on Schedule A, the last line, it's the BIA rate, commercial vacant. So just removing that rate on Schedule A.
Okay, so that would be a motion moved by Councillor Hutchinson that Schedule A to bylaw 46-2021 be amended by removing BIA rate commercial vacant.
Councillor Hutchinson, is that the language?
sure, I think that'll work.
Thank you. And is there a seconder for this amending motion? Councillor Shay, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second it, and I have a further comment.
Go right ahead.
In the bylaw itself, before the Schedule A, item 6 also makes reference to the same thing. Does it need to be changed there as well?
Director Mighton?
I don't have that. Let me just pull it up.
Yes.
Yes, it is in item 6. Sorry, I only had the front page, first page and the Schedule A on my copy. I missed the back page of it. So yes, it is also mentioned in item 6.
And so this amendment would take it out in both places.
So we could include that amending motion. Clerk Sharbeck, to include that reference to item 6, if that is so the desire of Councillor Hutchinson as the mover.
Through your worship, I will include that bylaw 46, section 6, and Schedule A to bylaw 46-2021 be amended by removing BIA commercial vacant and vacant land.
Okay, very good. So confirm with Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Shay then on the language. Very good. Is there any other comment with regard to this amendment? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion has carried. Now, Clerk Sharbeck, I wonder if you could just read the main motion, which was moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
Through you, your worship, the main motion is that bylaw 46-2021 as amended, being a bylaw to adopt estimates of all sums required during the year to strike the tax rates and to provide for penalty and interest in default of payment thereof for the year 2021, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you. I don't want to assume, Councillor Hutchinson, you just haven't taken down your electronic hand. So I just want to double check there.
I just have one point of clarification. I'm a little curious here. So the rate under Schedule A at the bottom says BIA rate commercial occupied, that's 0.21, et cetera. That's really just for calculating the levy. Is that correct, Director?
Yes, so the BIA levy is $12,600. So then it's the properties within that, the assessment of the properties within that designated area, and that's the rate that it comes out to raise that levy for the BIA.
Okay, and that's on top of the actual tax rate that they, right?
Correct. Yep, that is a special area rate that is charged just to those properties within that designated area in the town of Durham.
Okay, good, thank you.
Anything further? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. On 13.5, bylaw 47-2021, confirming. To the recommendation, Clerk Sharbeck.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 47-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding?
I will second.
Questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Is that okay? 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. So, members of council, just my public service announcement here. It is 12:46 on my computer clock as well as my phone. We have new business item. We have announcement item, closed session, and report out, and then adjournment. I'm suggesting that we will not get done in the 15 minutes to make us to our 1 p.m. curfew. I'm wondering at this time, would council consider a motion to go beyond curfew to 2 p.m. Because I don't want to interfere with the new business item and have a motion on the floor at that time, because you have to deal with one motion at a time. So at this point, is there any consideration for that? Councillor Shea?
I'll move that we go to that extended time.
2 p.m. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I second that.
Clarity on the question, on the motion? Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion so that we can vote on it?
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that West Grey Council hereby approves proceeding past meeting curfew for up to 1 hour to allow to address items on the agenda.
So that takes us to 2 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. Okay, item 14, new business. 14.1, notice of motion, year-end surplus. We do have a recommendation. Well, we have the notice of motion, the recommendation moved by Councillor Townsend. I'm going to, as usual, give the author of the notice of motion opportunity to read it. If not, the clerk will, and then I will ask for a seconder. So with that, Councillor Townsend, did you want to read your notice of motion?
Yes, I will.
Go ahead.
Okay, whereas West Grey staff are dedicated to continuous improvement and finding efficiencies in municipal operations, and whereas year-end surpluses and operational savings have traditionally been allocated to a capital reserve, and whereas council deems it expedient to consider staff recommendations for the allocation of any year-end surplus that may assist in implementing efficiencies, and now therefore be it resolved that a staff report be included in the 2022 preliminary budget meeting outlining options for year-end surplus and deficit, including the option of presenting any surplus generated as a result of implementing efficiencies during budget deliberations with a request to allocate these for funding further efficiencies.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second.
Are there any questions of clarity on this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, was that a raised hand?
Yes. May I comment?
Yes, please.
I just asked the question. I would like to have our director of finance speak to this. Maybe does this look like something that's feasible? Something that's not going to entail a lot of extra work on her behalf.
Director Mighton.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we can prepare a report during budget deliberations, outlining, some of the history of what our surpluses and deficits have been, providing where you see funding deficits from if you do not have any reserve for it, capital, reinforcing commitment to capital, transfer to reserves if you're not going to use this year-end surplus as a mechanism to fund it and different options like that. So it'll generate a report, but we can do that during our first budget deliberation process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, sorry. First of all, I was remiss. I should have actually commented earlier that this was put together with the assistance of the director. And it's really meant to encourage, although it already happens, staff to look for efficiencies, but also to keep that money and reinvest it back into the operations, meaning you don't have to come and ask for more if you can reuse what you've already saved. And so you're reinvesting your savings. And it also manages taxes at a constant rate for operations if there's sufficient efficiencies found to self-fund growth or whatever the case may be as we get more residents. But there will come a point where staff may still come forward and say, we've grown too far. We've done all the efficiencies, or at least the major ones, and we will have to ask for more funding. You'd always get to that point in time, but this is really meant to say, let staff reinvest from the effort they've put in to actually make their shop more efficient and reallocate that to the growth and avoid tax increases. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification that Director Mighton assisted with the wording of the recommendation, but now the motion at hand. Is there any further comments? Deputy Mayor, I'm pretty sure I saw your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm looking at anything that's at the end of the year a little bit different. I think you should go into the general ledger, and we have the Director Mighton can kind of move the money around as needed, or yes, we're always motivated to save money, but I think it should be general minutes. I think just keeping it specifically to one department, if they're all out and there is some savings, I think it should go to the general, and whether it goes into the reserves that we have dipped into a little bit, and we got to start going back into that, or there's some unforeseen things coming. So I'm always been keen on a general ledger, that any savings in any department goes back into the general. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. I just note that while the motion does present one possibility of how to use them, if it's a surplus, but it also does say outlining options. So I would expect, to Deputy Mayor's concern, that would still be an option, and that there'd be a few options presented from staff. And I think this presents the option for us to have a wholesome discussion with all that information before us. So that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council that wish to address this matter? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion that was read, indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? 5 members of council voted in favor, 1 opposed. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 15, announcements. Members of council, are there any announcements? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I did write out a few words, and just in follow up, and I thank you for your words acknowledging the 215 children whose lives were taken at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. So thank you, Mayor Robinson, for mentioning that in our time of reflection. We also remember the over 150,000 children who attended residential schools, the thousands who never returned home, and the families and communities whose lives were forever impacted by genocide and violence. And so as individuals and as a community, we're finding ways to grieve and learn and do the important work of reconciliation. I want to highlight the commitment that West Grey Council made in 2020 to actively work towards anti-racism and anti-oppression, which includes education of council, committees, and staff on the history of Aboriginal peoples and the history and legacy of residential schools, as called upon in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Calls to Action report. Our West Grey Public Library has many resources about residential schools for all ages. And just the other day, the Owen Sound Sun-Times published an article in which Soggy First Nation elder and residential school survivor Shirley John share some of her story. So thank you to West Grey staff for taking the step to fly flags at half-mast as well. It's appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. Is there any other member of council that has an announcement on this item? Seeing none. We are now on item 16, closed session. Clerk Sharbeck, to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 12:56 p.m. with the CAO, Director of Administration Clerk, and Director of Finance, Treasurer, for the purpose of addressing personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, matters pertaining to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and to receive information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province, or a crown agency of any of them.
Thank you. Before I ask for a mover and seconder, I just want to ensure that everybody heard the audio for that recommendation. Okay, very good. So with that, is there a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
I will move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, would that be you?
I'll second it, and I have a question.
Please have your question now.
Do we not need to afford staff a meal break at the 4-hour mark?
So I'm going to have the CAO address this with specific to staff, and we'll go with Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Shea, you are correct. There is a lunch break that should be provided, 1 o'clock. I suppose if we were done by 1:30, that would cover it, but I don't know that we will be.
I'll trust you to enforce the rules, Madam CAO.
Yeah. So technically, thank you, Councillor Shea, we should take a half-hour lunch break.
So I know I've had previous discussions with the clerk and CAO in terms of how this would be addressed in terms of having 2 breaks, and in order to go to 2 p.m. if there was a requirement. And that's why I moved along with the consensus of council and looking for that whether a motion of whether that would go to 2 p.m. So that was always built into the discussions that I have with the clerk and CAO. So with that.
Yes, and through you, Madam Mayor, we did have 2 breaks of about 14 minutes. So if council would like to take another break, that would be fine as well.
Okay, so that is an option, but we do have the motion before us at this point. And then if council does want an additional break, we make it very clear that when we're in camera, the amount of time that we're in camera and not in that break time. Okay, so is there anything further on the motion to go in camera? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. Can we table the motion to go in camera and move to have a lunch break? Does that follow procedure? Thank you. I don't know. Thank you.
No, we can. I mean, you could table any item. And so if you wish to do that, then I would look for, let's get a motion, because
Okay.
I'd rather have it very clear for all members of council. We're just moving agenda along. So what is it that you wish to do? And we'll look to council if there's a seconder and vote on it.
Very good. So I would table the motion that's on the floor until such time that we have a half-hour lunch break.
Half-hour lunch, which would take us to 1:30 p.m. Okay, Clerk Sharbeck, could you just read that back, and then I'll look for a seconder on this.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that the motion on the floor to go into closed session be tabled until such time as we have a half-hour lunch recess.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? And Councillor Townsend, was that you with your hand up?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will second the motion.
Is there any comment on this? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of it. The motion is carried. So we will return back at 1:30, and then we will see if council wishes to remove from the table the motion to go in camera. Please take your audio and video off at this time. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I certainly did. So it is 1:30 and I see members of council are here. Madam CIO, do we have all the staff, including, yep, hello, Clerk Sharbeck, do we have all the staff that we need at this time?
Your worship, I believe
Yes,
we do.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So we do have a tabled motion. We need a motion to lift from the table. So that would be Councillor Hamilton. Are you lifting the item from the table?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the appropriate language for our motion at hand?
Through you, your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend. That West Grey Council now bring forth from the table the motion to proceed in closed session.
Any questions, members of council, on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion is carried. Now to the motion with regards to the closed session. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through you, your worship, the motion at hand is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 1:31 p.m. with the CAO, Director of Administration Clerk, and Director of Finance Treasurer for the purposes of addressing personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, matters pertaining to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and to receive information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province, or a crown agency of any of them.
And the mover and seconder, Clerk Sharbeck.
Just have to switch screens here.
Certainly.
That was moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Any questions, members of council, to the motion to go in camera? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. We will now go to the breakout room.
And CAO Johnson, would you like me to note that we've met our timelines?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. For anybody still in our council Zoom meeting room, I'd like to advise you that council has met their curfew and gone beyond the 1 hour allowed in the procedural bylaw. So at 2 p.m., the meeting officially adjourned, and any remaining items will be brought forward to the next council agenda, June 15th. Thank you.